Welcome, everyone. This is our last meeting of the Joint Education Committee, and I'm excited to see all of you here. And there's no snow outside, so it's already a good day, right? A lot of times by the time we get to November, we've been through a couple of months of nasty weather, so it's been a great fall. We're going to go ahead and I'll first ask co-chair, do you have any opening remarks before we get started with the agenda? No? Okay. Anyway, before we take roll, well, let's go ahead and take roll first thing, and then we'll talk about these other things.
Absolutely, Madam Chairman. Joint Education, November 13th, 2025. Senator Brennan.
Excused?
Senator Olson.
Here.
Senator Rothfuss.
Here.
Senator Scott.
Here.
Representative Bratton.
Here.
Representative Erickson.
Here.
Representative Guggenmoss.
Here.
Representative Kelly.
Here.
Representative Lawley.
Here.
Representative Singh.
Here.
Representative Strzok.
Here.
Representative Williams.
Excused?
Co-Chairman Andrew.
Here.
And Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ashley. Let's go ahead and just real quick start off with just a minute to. I want to just thank, and I don't want to forget to do it, so I'm going to do it even before we start with our minutes and our agenda. I want to thank Tanya, who's been working on so many fronts. We're talking recalibration, education, and then of course she's also been involved with all the things with the lawsuits and the education issues, and honestly, yeah, school facilities. I forgot about that. And I don't know how come she's even here today, because she was working into the night last night, and that's why we were lucky to get an updated version of a bill that's been heavily amended a number of times. And so can we all just give her a round of applause before we start? I don't think you must have a home life is all I can say, but we appreciate you. With that, let's go ahead and I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those minutes have been approved. All right, with that, we're all going to veer away from the agenda for just a brief moment. Our state superintendent is here. We're excited to have her here, and she's going to be taking off for someplace unknown. I can't remember if she even told me, but won't be able to be here for some of these important bills that definitely impact their department. And so we're going to offer her some time this morning to have a few remarks and tell us what she'd like us to know about the things we have on our agenda. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Megan Degenfelder, State Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to address you first thing this morning. Want to thank you all for the work in this interim. I think we've gotten to a really great place today to discuss some really important items, and want to thank you for all of that work and look forward to working with you all in the upcoming legislative session. Just a couple of brief remarks on some of the bills as you hear them today. First, of course, a lot of discussion around the Hathaway Scholarship. I think that this is very prudent. We know that the Hathaway Scholarship has not kept up with the impact that it previously made for students like me when the program was first instituted. I would urge the committee to continue to think about the purpose of the Hathaway Scholarship. And really for me, that has been looking at, number one, how we ensure that we are helping students to receive additional education after high school. And then number two, to keep them here in the state of Wyoming. Those to me are the true purposes of the Hathaway Scholarship. I think that it's very appropriate to be talking about use for career technical education. That has been a significant priority of the Department of Education, and I think applies to the Hathaway. And so would just urge the consideration of those bills. I think that this discussion is very appropriate. The next item, of course, is literacy. This has been one that we have worked a lot on in the last several months. Want to thank Senator Rothfuss and Representative Lawley for the work on the subcommittee for this bill draft. I too would like to thank Tanya for her work last night. I think today we approach the meeting with a fresh bill that really incorporates a lot of stakeholder feedback. Last Friday, after the bill was dropped, the first version, we were able to assemble The superintendent's literacy cabinet, stakeholders from all across the state of Wyoming met for the better part of the day on Friday to discuss the draft bill. Really came to some strong consensus on areas, and that's reflected in this new draft that's before you this morning. But I really believe that today we approach this bill with a unified vision around literacy. I don't think that you'll hear significant changes that need to be made to the bill. This has been worked by stakeholder groups across the state. This is very exciting and a huge priority, perhaps the largest priority for me this legislative session. And so would urge the committee to really consider that literacy bill and to move it forward. I think as we talk about nuances of the bill and some areas to further interpret certain issue areas, I think that can be done in rule promulgation. I think we will have to have significant rulemaking process around this. And so would just urge to think of the bill, but then also the rulemaking and how there's a different time and place for different issue areas there. Discipline is another topic that we had brought to you as an interim topic to consider, and excited for the discussion today on the bill there. We have heard some concerns from special education advocacy groups about the bills, but would just remind the committee that federal law will trump state law in this area. If a student has an IEP, that will not be changed by this law. Individual IEPs, federal law does not change based on the discipline reform that we move today. And so would just urge that. And then finally, on the topic of homeschool education, there's a couple of cleanup bills. I have spoken to this committee about the need for those in the past. I think this will just clean up some uncertainty in current statute and allow for us to be able to recognize our homeschool students in the manner that I think that we're all desiring. So with that, I'll keep it brief. I certainly appreciate the time that you've allowed me to speak to you today, and would stand for any questions.
Any questions for the superintendent? No, I see none.
Thank you,
Safe
Madam.
travels, and thank
Thank
you
you.
for all your work on all of these bills.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, with that, I think we're ready to dive right into our program today, our agenda. So I think if Tanya still has any gas left in the tank, I hope she's gonna come forward along with Matt and start us right into our first bill, which is 26 LSO 0094 Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship. Welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm here to discuss the first bill, which is 26 LSO 94 Committee Formal Draft 1.0. This incorporates the committee's amendments from the August 21st and 22nd meeting, as well as direction from the working group, which was chaired by Chairman Andrew. Much of the bill remains unchanged, but those provisions that were changed eliminates the 20-year period for use. It returns eligibility for the scholarship to 6 years, and it eliminates the use for tuition and fees versus cost of attendance. With that, I'll walk the bill briefly. Starting on page 2, line 11 through page 3, line 19, this amends the definition of academic term, academic year, and creates definitions for remaining scholarship amount and total scholarship amount. Moving on to page 3 at the bottom, this amends 21-16-1303. Continue on to page 4, line 15. This eliminates the restriction that the use of the scholarship is limited to 8 semesters. Previously, students were limited to 8 semesters, and after that, there was no ability to use the scholarship. Page 4, line 17 through page 7, line 16 amends the amounts for the scholarship for the honors, performance, opportunity, and provisional. Instead of having an amount per semester, this is where you'll see the lump sum amounts. And page 6 lines 10 through 17, subsection H eliminates the hourly requirement associated with the use of the scholarship during the summer semesters. And the same changes were made to the provisional opportunity scholarship on page 7, line 18 through page 8, line 13. Moving on to page 8, line 5 through page 10, line 16. This modifies the needs-based scholarship to align with the changes made in the other scholarships. This is a little bit different. The scholarship is required to be calculated on a semester basis. And so the amounts that were previously in the honors, performance, opportunity, and provisional needed to be incorporated here on a per semester amount. Page 10, line 18 through page 11, line 16. This eliminates obsolete references for the success curriculum. There's no longer the staggered application. Page 11, line 18 through page 12, line 13 eliminates the reporting requirement related to satisfactory academic progress. This was not in the last bill draft, but is a conforming amendment. Page 13, line 16 through page 15, line 4 limits. This is where you'll see the change that limits the award to tuition and fees. Subsection C outlines the practical requirements in certifying the amounts to be awarded, which is on page 14, line 7, and ends on page 15, line 4. Page 15, line 6 through page 16, line 16 amends the Hathaway Expand Wyoming Scholarship. And recall, this is a separate and a distinct scholarship from the previous scholarships mentioned. And as Matt pointed out at the last meeting, has never been utilized, but does require conforming amendments if it remains in statute. Page 16, line 18 through page 17 amends 21-8401. This is the Wyoming Works Scholarship. It also required conforming amendments. So these are on a semester basis, why the Hathaway is a lump sum. And these amounts reflect the amounts that were previously in those individual scholarships. Page 18, lines 1 through 5 contains those provisions which were repealed. If you look at the prior bill draft from your August meeting, you'll see the substance of those repealers in the event you'd like to read them. Section 3 on page 18 specifies the application and the eligibility requirements, and provides that students that are receiving the scholarship prior to the enactment date will continue to operate under those scholarships. Would just be too difficult to implement it any other way. Page 4, section 4, page 18 provides the effective date, which is July 1st of 2026. So subject to your questions, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Questions for Tanya? Yes, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, my question is, you mentioned eliminating success curriculum, some provision in here. What's that all about? And I didn't quite catch where it was, couldn't find it.
Tanya?
Madam Chair, I'll find the requirement as I explain it, but it doesn't eliminate the success curriculum. The success curriculum remains unchanged. It eliminates obsolete language, which refers to, for the 2010, 2011 school year and each school year thereafter, and then a laundry list of the success curriculums associated with each scholarship. And if you look on page 10, line 18 through page 11, line 16, that's where you'll see the amendment of the success curriculum, Wyoming statutes 2116 1307. 1307.
Yeah, I understand.
Any follow-up, Senator? No? Okay. Other questions? You've done a great job. If there's no questions. I didn't see anything either. I went back over it again a couple different times. I think it's see any issue at all with the date, the effective date? Do you think we'll be able to make the changes and get those out there to the districts in plenty of time?
Madam Chair, I would leave that to the department to comment on. Certainly, that's a policy decision for the body.
Other questions, Senator?
Madam Chairman, the question really is for Matt, and I don't know whether he's gonna talk separately. How much is this gonna cost us?
I'll bet you
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Mill.
Senator Scott, that's the million-dollar question. The analysis we provided in August put a indeterminable cost to it. I would defer to the department at this meeting if they have any estimates. If this is sponsored by the committee, it will go through the fiscal note process. We'll have to put some costs associated with it. It will cost more money. The elimination of the satisfactory academic progress is somewhat of a gatekeeper in terms of expenditures for students who don't maintain grade point average or the minimum semester requirements. You will expend more dollars up front in terms of tuition and fees than you currently do. So there is a cost associated with that. If this is sponsored by the committee, we will work with the department to do our best estimate of what that fiscal impact is. But today we don't have any further analysis that was provided between August and this meeting.
And Madam Chair, if
Yes,
I
go
may
ahead.
follow up on that. I think as Matt pointed out at the August meeting, it's difficult to determine the entire fiscal impact because there are several Hathaway bills. And so, determining the package of what goes forward it's an impossible task at this point. We'll have a better idea based on which bills go forward.
Madam Chairman. can I
Yes,
just-
go ahead.
So, I think there's a couple of other points just for completeness that need to be considered. One is part of the intent of this is to ensure that those individuals that receive the provisional and opportunity levels actually have access to the provisional and opportunity levels, where right now we count on some savings from the fact that those students don't actually use the scholarship because it's not workable for them. So you'll naturally spend more money if they get to use the scholarship that they've theoretically earned for a rational purpose. So I think it's important to realize that all else being equal, there would be an expectation that more would be utilizing the scholarship even at the same dollar amount. And then the last point, which Matt hinted at, but I think it's important to be explicit about, if you have a transition between a semester-based system that we have now, and that will continue for previously grandfathered individuals, and a new system that's on an annual basis where you basically have the ability to spend more of it up front, but perhaps less later, then you'll have a cash flow change that for a certain number of years, 2-3 years, something like that, you'll have an artificial increase in the cost for that period of time before the cash flow sorts itself out because you're forward loading some of the costs. So that's also probably nearly impossible to anticipate. But I think just to understand the financial implications, there are a few that are in place. The actual values of the scholarships don't change in any way through this bill. It's just the way they would be spent and the fact that they could be spent by these lower tiered scholarship recipients would potentially change the expense. And I think all of those are separate factors that make it even harder to anticipate what the actual cost would be.
Senator Scott, follow up?
And in addition to the factors that have been mentioned, as if you can carry these forward in a lump sum, I think the bureaucracy is going to have to set aside money to make sure that it has it, and that's going to have a major impact on how much is available. Madam Chairman, so I think when you add everything up, the potential financial impact here is very large. And frankly, I think it's large enough. And this is going to be my point of view on a number of these bills, that we're much better off using the money that we do have available to increase the amount of the scholarship, because it it has gone, when I first started, it was 80 to 90% the honors was of the university tuition and fees. And it is not anywhere close to that now. It's more like 40%. We need to get it back up. So we're really making more of a difference for the kids. And I think that all these other bills are a distraction that we can't afford at this point, Madam Chair. So I think there's a much larger impact than we realize.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
I just wanted to ask Senator Scott, follow up on that. I don't understand the additional expense that you laid out of having to set aside additional funds. That doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain that more?
If you got a lump sum award that you have a certain amount of time to spend, you have to set aside money to satisfy that lump sum award. And I'm unclear as to exactly how much that's going to be. I think it would be quite a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion or questions? Just out of curiosity, and I should have probably looked this up, but maybe Matt, you might have the answer to this. What is the corpus now of the Hathaway? Do you have any idea?
Madam Chairman, I believe it's just either at or under $800 million. The 5-year average for fiscal year 2025 was 685.9 million. I believe it possibly is over $800 million. I will get an answer when I go back to the desk, but this past fiscal year, significant market value increases occurred across all permanent funds.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to follow up on that, can you remind us what the investment parameters are for that money? And is it set by statute, I assume?
Matt, go ahead.
Madam Chair and Representative Lawley, this account operates somewhat differently than your other permanent funds that operate on what we call a statutory spending policy, where there is a guaranteed set of returns through reserve accounts, and you're limited by how much you can expend out of the general fund from the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund at 2.5% of the 5-year market average. And then anything over that first 2.5% is distributed currently to the SIPA. And that additional 2.5% to the SIPA is guaranteed by the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. A similar operation on the common school account with 5% statutory spending policy and guaranteed by the common school reserve account. This account, all of the investment earnings from the corpus are deposited in the expenditure account. And it pays for the scholarship awards. There is no limit in terms of how much can be expended in 1 year, because the Hathaway Reserve account buttresses this expenditure account in years when the interest and dividends and realized capital gains are insufficient to pay for the awards. The one caveat on the reserve account is it is limited on a maximum amount of the 5-year average, I believe, to at 8.5%. And that for the end of fiscal year 25 is $54.9 million. So you have $54.9 million in a reserve account to ensure the awards guaranteed each year meet those expenditure demands. The State Treasurer's Office does project investment earnings for this account, and that's approximately $18 million per year. And those have just been updated. Those interest and dividend estimates have been updated as part of the October Craig forecast. And so any fiscal analysis associated with any of these Hathaway bills will utilize that most recent estimate. And it is anticipated under the current law that the interest and dividends will exceed by a small margin the anticipated expenditures from the Hathaway awards. Now, any change in those parameters, whether you increase the award amounts or you do a lump sum payment, that likely changes that analysis. Another caveat is in terms of projections with all accounts, the State Treasurer's Office does not project any realized capital gains. And so that's kind of the parameters of the investment earnings on this on this corpus. I hope that helps.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
And I do think that's important to note, and it's now at 847 million. I just pulled it up real quick. And that's up, I think, 43 million, if I'm not mistaken, from the last time I looked at it, which was 2 months ago, I think. So it's done pretty well. One of the challenges that we've had, one of the reasons that we haven't increased the amount is that the project in all these years, and I'll just note that 800 and nearly 50 million is just shy of twice what it was funded at originally when Senator Scott and the rest of the team put the bill together. So it's nearly twice as much money in the market value of the account. The Hathaway has gone up by 5% in that period of time in terms of what it's paid out. And the reason for that gets to what Matt was saying about the dividends and interest are projected. Those are down around 2.1%. So when you look at the potential cash flow, we only project based on the 2%. 2% doesn't look like it's enough. And so the legislature has each year concluded there will not be enough money to fund an increase in the Hathaway because we never count on the capital gains. Well, it's like 5 out of every 7 years. I don't remember exactly what they come up with on CapFin. Matt can tell us that we achieve more than enough capital gains, but every once in a while we don't. But on aggregate, we have. And so we've ended up increasing the corpus by more than double while only increasing it by 5%. So I think it's important to recognize the complexity. And I would also say that based on the math that we've used in the last years that I've been on the committee denying the increases, we never would have run the Hathaway, right? It did not pencil out at any point based on the math that we've been using since I've been in. And so it never should have happened. It's a good thing that y'all didn't do that math, Senator Scott, at the time, or we'd have had a lot of students that wouldn't have had the success they do. And Madam Chairman, the final point I would make is I strongly agree with Senator Scott about concerns of keeping the focus on trying to right size the amounts. The one hesitation I have is that the only time you can actually fix some of the quirks to it, and I think the lump sum payment is one of those quirks that really provides more flexibility to students, is when you have sufficient cash flow for a temporary period of time to absorb the additional cost. And then when it stabilizes, you can raise it. You can't raise it first and then fix the quirks. I think it's important to realize that we really won't have the cash flow if we right size the payments before we fix some of the details, because the cash flow difference will take place. So that's if we believe in something like the lump sum where we want to add more flexibility for the students, we would need to do that now and then maybe delay the increase for a year or two until we see the increase. And I think that's the prudent way to do it. And that's obviously a policy decision, what we want to do, but doing them both at the same time, as Tanya said, I think a few minutes ago, bringing all these things together is a totally unknown expense, and it would be hard to estimate the coverage.
Representative Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be, and I tried to look this up myself, so I apologize. Talking about dividends and capital gains, we have a significant exposure to equities. How aggressively or conservatively are we invested? That's my first question.
Matt, go ahead.
Madam Chair and Representative Kelly, that I don't know what the investment policy is for this specific account. I can reach out to the treasurer's office to get what the exact portfolio of this account is and provide that information. What I can tell you, I just went back to my notes on another bill. The projected investment earnings in terms of just interest and dividends for this account updated this past October range from 19.5 to 19.6 over fiscal year 26 to 27. So that's the projected realized investment earnings for the forecast period, not accounting for any potential capital gains.
Follow up? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, here's my concern on this. The fact that it's been stated the amount of the value of the investments has grown so substantially indicates to me a rather aggressive portfolio, which means as long as the stock market is doing well, the fund will do well. If we're aggressively invested, if we loosen the restrictions upon using this scholarship, if we increase the amount simultaneously, if we have no idea how much more popular this will become, how much more to be utilized by students with the additional expenses on top of it, and we get a stock market crash. Now we're looking at spending a return on capital. We have to start actually selling our investments to fund these scholarships. So I have serious concerns about a great idea here that we may spread ourselves too thin. It sounds like we're starting a major renovation project on our house, and we might be spending our retirement savings because we don't know how much it's going to cost. I don't have a question, Madam Chair. I just have serious concerns about doing too many things at once.
Yes, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, let me probe that a little further because I think I share those concerns. Madam Chairman, am I right in thinking that in terms of the actual investments that are made, that this endowment is pooled with the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and all the others, and then the share that belongs to Hathaway gets treated separately, as you've pointed out, in the reserve accounts and all that system?
Matt, go ahead.
Madam Chair and Senator Scott, I don't know if that's accurate or not. I will go back and email the state treasurer's office or see what exactly that portfolio is invested in. I don't know that they necessarily commingle this with the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund's investment strategy. They have different purposes. And this is more of an expenditure purpose. It is to pay for those scholarships. And so I don't know exactly what that investment policy is and whether they have the same strategy or not. But I will research that and we'll get back to you.
Yes, do you have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes. I think even if they do keep it entirely separate and have some differences, we've been managing our permanent funds, all of them, really quite prudently in terms of the way large endowments are actually managed. But even with doing that, there is quite a dependence on what the stock market is doing this year. So I think that you can count on there will be some down years where there is no capital gains. And you look back over the sweep of history for the past 100 years or so, the stock market always goes up except when it doesn't for a while. And we're running that risk with our permanent funds, the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, that sort of thing. I think the risks here are probably relatively similar. And I think the point is valid that we can't, particularly this last year, the stock market went up tremendously. And that's why the earnings from our sovereign wealth funds are now our largest source of state income. I think the same applies here, and there'll be years where that isn't true. So the question is, we do have that, what was it, 54 million buttress in the reserve accounts. We can rely on that, and we'll have to periodically rely on that. And it seems to me sensible. But the more you spend in one of these bills, the less you'll be able to raise the scholarship, which is something we really need to do. Madam Chairman?
Yes, Matt, hang on just a second. Do you have a comment on Senator Scott's remarks?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, Senator Scott, just in response, and I think these comments not only relate to your specific comments here, but in terms of all the other bills, the Hathaway investment earnings have in only 3 instances not met the expenditures over the tenure of the Hathaway Scholarship Awards. That was in fiscal year 2016, fiscal year 20, and fiscal year 2023. So fiscal year 2020, 23, and 2016. All other years, investment earnings from interest and dividends and realized capital gains have met or exceeded those expenditures from the Hathaway account. Partly because it's only been increased once by 5%. When you look at since the Hathaway corpus has met its $400 million target, that initial target, the average annual investment earnings, realized investment earnings is $26.1 million. When you take out last year was an incredible year, $54.7 million. When you take that out, the annual average is $24.3 million. So this gets back to not just this bill, but all the other bills that you're going to undertake this morning. What can you do based on the projected interest and dividends? That leaves you about a 17% increase window. That's that 19.5 to 19.6 million of interest and dividends that's projected. That does not presume any realized capital gains. Then if you do account for, hey, we do actually get realized capital gains, and based on past performance, that ranges from the projected expenditures and interest and dividends anywhere to a maximum about 45% increase down to about a 28% increase all the way out to 2030, presuming some increases in Hathaway awards happen in out to 2030. That's that $26 million historical average. That's a 45 to 28% increase. The bill you'll hear, I think it's 26 LSO 0196, that provides a 59.5% increase. You probably can't just do a 60% increase in terms of the Hathaway awards, but that's a policy decision. But the numbers don't support that based on historical realized earnings. And then when you compound it on what this bill does, the lump sum, recall our fiscal note process does not do a dynamic impact analysis. It is a static analysis. So this bill will not consider if you choose to increase awards. And so I'll leave it at that, but I just wanted to kind of set the stage, and I think these comments up front probably help organize your thoughts on all these other bills, and just wanted to offer those comments.
Matt, also just to follow up on, I've been thinking about this also with talking about all of these Hathaway scholarships. I think we have a projected decline in our school attendance. I don't know how much, but in the next 10 years, it sounds like we are losing, just kids left and right. Do you have any idea what those projections are? I should have probably checked them out, but I didn't.
Madam Chair, the National Center for Education Statistics does do projected enrollment trends based on various factors, birth rates, and so forth. My understanding is those do have an anticipated 1% decline year over year. My understanding, I haven't seen the final enrollment counts for the school year yet, but the two largest school districts have seen significant declines in their student enrollments. I don't know if that's going to come to fruition once the data is finalized, but we have in the past couple of years seen declines in K-12 public school enrollment. It doesn't mean that they're not still enrolled in some type of education in Wyoming, whether that's a homeschool route or private school route. But even in those circumstances, students can qualify for a Hathaway scholarship. But yeah, I mean, the trajectory for Wyoming's public K-12 school enrollment is about 1% decline. That's through the National Center for Education Statistics.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Senator Scott?
Chairman, I want to get a little better explanation of how much flexibility are we really giving the students with this bill in terms of how long they can have to use it. And do we have any projections as to what effect that's going to have.
Tanya, go ahead.
Certainly, Madam Chair, Senator Scott, I can't answer the second question, but with regard to the first question, students have 6 years from their graduation date to take advantage of the scholarship and an unlimited time or an unlimited number of scholarships. So previously, you had a 6-year window to engage in the scholarship, and you had a limit of up to 8 semesters. And that second portion is eliminated within this bill.
Okay. Madam Chairman.
Yes, follow up, go ahead.
So what the bill really does is it still has the 6-year limitation, which I think we put in, Madam Chairman, to accommodate anybody that was going to go in the military or going to go on a mission, a church mission. And then you had to use a full semester at a time. And what this bill's really doing is getting rid of that full semester at a time, so you could spread it over. So you could have semesters where you did part-time. Is that right?
Madam
Yes,
Chairman?
go ahead.
That is accurate. It also lets you spend money upfront or wait, depending on what your scholarship situation is. So you don't have to, once you start burning your semesters, which is effectively how students do it, right? They start their Hathaway and then they burn 8 semesters, whether they want it at that time or not. That's typically how it's going to work. They can apply for exceptions, as you note, if they're going on a mission or if they're in the military. There is an exception list, but it's not ridiculously flexible. And you recall last year we put in another exception that allows you to go down in your number of hours if you're doing something like an internship or an apprenticeship, I believe is how we structured that. But in addition to that flexibility about using it in more than 8 semesters, you could just use it in 4 semesters, which isn't necessarily what the honors level students would do, but it is what the provisional and opportunity level students would most likely do. And therein lies the actual original motivation of the bill, was trying to provide the opportunities for those that are attending our colleges and looking for certifications or looking for associate's degrees to not have to spread their Hathaway over 8 semesters, but to be able to use it, for example, in 4 or in 2 semesters, depending on what's optimal for them. There certainly are students at the University of Wyoming that, for whatever reason, would like to be able to reduce their number of credit hours down to 6 or something for a semester because they need to work extra and raise money. The current system punishes those students. This would allow those students to, live a real life and say, I need 6 credit hours this semester. I can still get some Hathaway funding for those 6 credits and I can go work a job, or I can go back home and help out, or whatever the case may be. So that portability is the more important factor, but it definitely leads to the key part of the less certainty of when the funds would be expended. Where right now it's very clear when it's going to be expended, because once you start your little Hathaway clock, it's a very rare circumstance that leads to a change in that 8 semesters getting burned.
And perhaps they didn't, Madam Chair, if I could offer this
Yes, go
as
ahead.
well. Perhaps they didn't do an adequate explanation of that, but basically, as Senator Roth has said, it eliminates the continuous enrollment requirement, which is sort of this piece that he's talking about utilizing the Hathaway Scholarship as you need to. And it eliminates the minimum hourly requirement as well.
Other questions? Yes, go ahead, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all right.
Madam
I didn't call
Chairman,
yours.
sorry about that. I guess I want to ask a little bit about something I raised the last time on this bill, which was whether or not what the goals we're trying to achieve would fit better in Wyoming's tomorrow. Retooled, reworked, but I raised it in part because of the issue of money. So I guess my question, Matt, is what do we know about the funds in Wyoming's tomorrow? Like how much is I can't remember how much the legislature appropriated for Wyoming's Tomorrow.
Matt, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Madam Chair and Representative Lawley, I believe the minimum or the corpus of that account is $50 million. And awards are, you had this bridge program called the Wyoming Kickstart Program that the commission oversees. And now that since the $50 million mark has met the threshold, the investment earnings off of that 50 million will be utilized to pay for those Wyoming Tomorrow scholarship awards. I don't know exactly what the projected investment earnings are off of that. I apologize.
Follow up?
Yes, Madam Chair.
ahead.
Again, I would just revisit that idea because I think, first of all, I truly think it more fits into some of the concepts of non-traditional students. We would have to work on the fact that you weren't in school at the beginning, you didn't go to college right away, kind of target. But I think it kind of is targeting these non-traditional situations that you're describing and trying to target here, but you would be doing that with a different pot of money and let Hathaway kind of be what its main purpose was, and have the ability to increase. So I just revisit that. I know we're late in the process at this point, but I still kind of believe that would be the better route to do this for what are in effect a lot of non-traditional kind of situations. So
Yes, go ahead.
Just in response to that, right, I'm faculty in the Honors College, and these are all undergraduates that have gone continuously. There are certainly non-traditional students, but 95+% are traditional students. They deal with these issues all the time. In fact, those students have such interesting and adventurous lives with so many complicating factors that Hathaway and the restrictions on Hathaway are constantly holding them back from doing what they think is best in their educational interest, constantly. In fact, 2 days ago, I had a student in my office and we were talking about, all right, how are we going to work around the Hathaway minimum hours restriction based on her circumstance? So Wyoming Tomorrow is incredible for non-traditional students, and we met a need there. But the idea that our traditional students that are going to the university don't have complexities that lead to them needing more flexibility, it's just not accurate. And again, it's almost continuous, and they restructure their educational career based on these restrictions. So they're adapting to our policy, whether they like it or not, because they don't want to lose their Hathaway. And it's not even that much money, right? This is the problem that Senator Scott's talking about. We are constraining their life choices so that they have to obey their 8th semester approach to an education because this legislature isn't being flexible and hasn't been flexible. And they all know it. And we've got some students here, I think, I see some over there that probably can come and tell you about it, but they plan accordingly. I don't know why we need to tell them exactly how to live their life as students, regardless of whether they're traditional or non-traditional students. If they want to go home for 1 semester and work on the ranch because they need to do that, Hathaway should say, good luck to you. We'll see you next semester. We don't say that. We say, get to the university.
Yes, go ahead, follow up.
thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm not suggesting there's not a need. I actually know there's a need too. I'm suggesting that whether this is the right vehicle, and it's partly due to the constraint of funds. And we have to choose, I have to choose today, I will choose to raise the amounts of the Hathaway scholarships. That's so from the beginning, my suggestion about retooling Wyoming's Tomorrow and even possibly putting more money into it, but it was for that reason, primarily, not an idea that there's not these kinds of unique situations that people find themselves in and some need for flexibility. It's about what's available financially to do through the Hathaway, with the Hathaway Fund. So just to be clear.
Senator Scott, did you have something?
Madam Chair, in further responding to that, I think a key thing here is that the Wyoming's Tomorrow is very inadequately funded to reach the real demand that's there from the non-traditional students that wouldn't be eligible for a Hathaway. So putting some more flexibility in the way the Hathaway is managed, it may help some of those career and technical students in particular. It'll help all of them. But you can't say, well, they ought to go to Wyoming's tomorrow. It's designed for a much older student population and has much more demand on it. Now, if you could figure a way to put another couple $100 million into the Wyoming's tomorrow, I'm all supportive of you. But I don't think we got the votes just yet.
Not there.
Representative Strong.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess my one question, is this unlimited? Anyone could go and apply? So we're just handing out if we ended up having 1,000 students, or is there a limit?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
What the Hathaway design was from the time the House Education Committee first modified the bill that I brought in, was that we were going to try to reach all the students who were that had to be from Wyoming, be Wyoming high school graduates, but try to reach all of them that were academically capable of higher education. And there was a big debate in the House between, did you do a needs-based scholarship or did you do a merit scholarship? And the approach they developed was both. If you give everybody on the merit basis that's capable of doing it, you take care of the needs-based. And there's subsequently been a special needs-based category added. But the limitation is, are you academically able? Have you gone beyond the high school, just bare minimum requirements? Well, so that you really can benefit from the higher education. And that's the way it's been in practice administered. It doesn't do the very best students we've got very much good, because they get all kinds of other scholarship offers. This is the scholarship that the average kid gets. And it makes quite a difference. And when we first looked, after it had been running a few years, what we found was that it enabled, say, it wasn't doing much extra for the very best kids, but it was enabling quite a set of other kids that had to stop at the community college level to go on to the university, and enabled another set of kids that hadn't been able to get any higher education to get it. So it is really aimed at the average student, and the limitation is an ability. And we've got another bill back in here that messes with that. We better be very careful about, because we could throw it wide open and encourage a bunch of use that isn't valid. But this is the one that the average kid is getting, and we aren't trying to restrict their numbers beyond, they've got to pass some academic requirements to get the success curriculum. We've ACT test explicitly. We've had to generalize that, but that was the real discriminator in there. And if you couldn't pass that, you still maybe could go to the university, but you're not likely to succeed. And so we weren't going to give a scholarship for that.
Follow up, are you good? Okay. Other questions from the committee?
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
just wanted to follow up. Our great budget fiscal staff is listening in and was able to provide some information related to the investment strategy. So Polly Scott, one of our senior fiscal analysts, indicated that the state treasurer's office is moving the Hathaway endowment into a same asset allocation as the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. So that is taking place. And then Wyoming Statute 94716 subsection E limits that the investment of funds or these portfolios cannot exceed a 70% equities allocation and a 30% fixed income. So that's the That's the limitation within in statute. So I just wanted to, that's more to Representative Kelly's questions earlier and Senator Scott's question on the PMTF strategy. So just wanted to close that out.
Thanks for that information. Other questions, committee? All right. No other questions, then we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Thanks for all that information. Appreciate it. Anyone that would like to comment on 26 LSO 0094, please come forward. Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship. They're all quiet today. No one's brave. This isn't the one maybe they want to talk about. Do we have anybody online, Ashley?
Not for
Ms.
this
Commercial?
bill, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Going, gone? Okay. I guess we have no public comments, so we'll go ahead and close that. Public comment committee, what is your pleasure on this bill?
Move the bill.
Move the bill, it's been moved. For a second? Second by Senator Scott. Discussion? Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of the concerns that I have about this bill is that, at least from my perspective, it appears that students that opt to use the lump sum are bypassing accountability measures that exist for students that go throughout the full term, the different semesters. There's a standard GPA standard that students using that have to meet, and by just cashing out, there is no accountability when it comes to that.
Representative, oh, I thought you had your hand up. Nope, you're just showing me your hand. Other discussion? Yes, go ahead.
To quickly respond to that. The cash out is limited to tuition and fees, so it would basically just allow you to pay 100% of tuition and fees. The requirements that are in statute right now aren't as much about GPA requirements, although there is a GPA requirement, and honestly, we could put back in a GPA requirement. It's just hard to calculate that for a student that's, taking short periods of time off, et cetera, but it certainly can be done. But it is the hours requirement that's the bigger deal that's in statute right now, the minimum number of hours. So to maintain satisfactory progress, you have to stay enrolled 12 credit hours or more per semester. And that's really the limitation. This would take that out for the various levels, but that challenge would certainly provide more flexibility for individuals to use it. Part of the reason of taking that out is to discourage students from just using it all up front and overworking themselves, when the best interest for them might actually be to use their first scholarships that they earned elsewhere for year one or something like that, and not have to spend their time worrying about utilizing it all up front. It would create perverse incentives. That's not to say that we can't create perverse incentives. We already have. That's what this is trying to address. We can leave some of them in. But I don't think the issue, the concern of Representative Singh is that significant.
Scott?
Madam Chairman, and let me say, I came into this prepared to oppose this bill because I was afraid that the fiscal impact would be great enough so that we couldn't do this and fix the low amount of the Hathaway scholarship to try to get it back toward that 90% level that it originally was. I've been convinced by the discussion that the fiscal impact of this, while it isn't as well defined as we would like, is low enough so that if we're a little cautious about how much we raise the Hathaway, maybe phase the increase in over several years, I think we're perfectly safe doing this. And I can see how this would give students with all these other scholarships they've got to manage, and we're seeing in our education system a lot more, Madam Chairman, of people taking a semester or two, doing an internship, getting some real life work experience that I think is potentially quite valuable. And this does provide flexibility that students like that are going to need. So I think the fiscal impact is small enough so that we can manage this all right, and I think this is probably the best time to do it.
Other comments or discussion? I would just say I agree completely with Senator Scott. I wasn't sure exactly how I felt about this, but the more I think about it, and again, talking with a lot of students over the years that have gone on to our junior colleges and colleges and universities in Wyoming that are struggling. And I think with the way things are in our economy right now, it's difficult to try and stay in college and not have to have, especially if some of them get married or have to go back and, like you said, help on the family farm or whatever. I like the flexibility of this scholarship, and I think those, the data that Matt provided reassures me to some degree, and I feel like this is an opportunity for our kids that really want to work and hopefully stay in our state. Maybe we're going to give them a little bit of an incentive to help them out a little bit more than we have in the past with the Hathaway. And so I'm like Senator Scott. I've had maybe a bit of a change of mind. So other comments from the committee? Yes, go
Final
ahead.
thought. So, Madam Chairman, I appreciate those thoughts. And, this idea actually came from Representative Jerry Paxton a number of years ago, and his concerns that the lower tiers of the Hathaway really just weren't doing their job. And one of the examples that he talked about was somebody who, for example, wanted to get an associate's and a CNA that would allow them to then be able to afford the rest of their education or whatever else they wanted to do to get a nursing degree. Well, providing the flexibility for the provisional and opportunity level affords that individual the capability of getting that CNA certificate and then moving on and utilizing income to pay for the rest. So flexibility just means a lot to students, and this is consistent certainly with the intent of the Hathaway, but overall it really is just trying to make sure that we're recognizing differences in needs for students, right? We have different students, they're taking different career paths. Some of them are going into CTE, some of them are going into science, some of them are going into nursing, all over the place. And we don't want to design a scholarship that really only works for those that are planning a 4-year degree at the university. The Hathaway, as it's currently structured, really is designed well for a 4-year degree at the university, but not particularly well for those that aren't going to go that path. And giving more flexibility, I think, is only going to be helpful for our students. So thanks, Madam Chairman.
You bet. Any other comments at all? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and take a roll call on this, Ashley.
Madam Chairman, for 26 LSO 94 Hathaway lump sum merit scholarship for sponsorship in the 2026 session, Senator Brennan.
Aye.
Senator Olson.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Bratton.
No.
Representative Erickson.
Aye.
Representative Guggenmoss.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Lawley.
No.
Representative Singh.
No.
Representative Straugh.
Aye.
Representative Williams is excused. Co-Chairman Andrew.
No.
Chairwoman Schuler.
Aye.
I have 7 aye. That can't be right. Give me just a second. 7 aye, 6 no, 1 excused.
Okay, that bill is passed. I'll get with the co-chairman. We'll decide where these bills start later on, if that's okay, everyone.
I think that one should probably start in the Senate.
Well, I think that's a good idea. Yeah,
Feel like it as well.
I think it may have a little more, yeah.
Give
Okay.
it some run.
Sounds good. All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to our next scholarship, 26 LSO 0195, Hathaway Scholarship Eligibility. And I assume our experts will be back up again. We didn't give you much of a chance to get a break, did we? Welcome back.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Tanya Heitrick, Operations Administrator with LSO. I'm here to present 26 LSO 195 titled the Hathaway Scholarship Eligibility. The committee requested 4 additional bills at the August meeting related to the Hathaway Scholarship. This is the first of those bills that I'll be presenting. This modifies the eligibility to allow students that meet the GPA requirements or the standardized testing or the career and technical aptitude test to be eligible for the scholarship. Currently, you must meet the GPA requirements and the testing requirements, whether that's the entrance examination for college or the career and technical aptitude assessment. I'll walk through this quickly. Page 1, section 1 on the bottom of page 1 through page 5, line 16, amends the Hathaway Scholarship to allow students to enact those policy decisions that I just covered. I won't go through all of the various locations, but I think it is important to note that all 4 of the Hathaway scholarships would have this new language embedded within it. Section 2 specifies the application of this act that can be found on page 5, lines 8 through 12. The initial eligibility as modified by this bill would be the beginning of school year 2026 through 2027 and each school year thereafter. Section 3 on page 5, lines 14 through 16 provides that this act is effective immediately. I think that's important if you're going to make this effective for the school year 2026, 2027. Subject to your questions, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Madam Chair, just to follow up on this, the committee asked for some potential estimated impacts related to this. So working with the Department of Education after the August meeting, it ran an analysis in terms of what if this policy were to be put in place, what would the change in number of students qualifying for each of the award levels be? The analysis is based on school year 2023-24. So this presumes that they meet the Hathaway Success Curriculum and the ACT or GPA requirements. And in academic or school year 2023-24, approximately 2,517 students would move to an honors, or an additional 2,517 students would qualify for the honors scholarship. So under the current law or the current criteria, that amount is 1,724. It increases to 4,241, significant increase. The performance scholarships actually decreases by 410 students from 2,194 to 1,784. The opportunity also decreases from 1,578 to 1,218, a decrease of 630 students. And then the provisional opportunity has an increase of approximately 1,587 students. So more students qualify for the honors, more students qualify for the provisional opportunity, and there's decreases in the performance and opportunity level. Really, the gatekeeper of the Hathaway and eligibility, along with the success curriculum, is the combination of GPA and ACT. When you put that or in there, many more students qualify for the honors. And honors is, I would also indicate, much more generous on the needs-based calculation. So recall the needs-based looks at the students' financial aspects of their family, and the first $2,000 the students have to pay for of their total cost of attendance, and then anything after that the state picks up. That's not the same for the performance or opportunity, provisional opportunity. So not only would you have approximately 2,500 more students qualify for the honors, which is a much more expensive scholarship, but then the needs-based would also kick in. So just on the scholarship awards, if all of these students were to initiate and partake, it's approximately about a $9.5 million increase on the expenditures potential if they initiate it. And then the additional cost would be related to the needs base, and that would be a student-specific calculation. But we could use some metrics based upon historical trends. But I just wanted to follow up with the committee on that as they asked at the last meeting to see what this impact would be.
Mr. Chairman, my question is ultimately going to be that, am I right in thinking that's a static analysis? And Madam Chairman, I point out that there's a dynamic in here as well. When in the original development of the Hathaway, the bill establishing it, and putting the endowment in passed, and then there was an implementing committee, and we looked at this particular issue. And the Hathaway is one, at that point, is about half the states in the union had one. What set Wyoming's aside was the endowed capability, but they were all versions of what was known as the Taylor Plan. And some of those states had what this bill proposes to do, grade point or some kind of college entrance exam requirement. And what they found was that the effect of having that was massive grade inflation. So that you didn't just get the static analysis, you got a dynamic that made a lot more people eligible. And we had a discussion a few minutes earlier, what was the limitation on who could get it? What you've done is, with this bill, you essentially remove the limitation, and you get a whole bunch of students who really can't do the academic work. And you'll get some more failures. And that was the experience that these other states were having. You saw a massive grade point inflation. And the other advantage of having both of them is that you can use, and we do, the college entrance exam. In those days, it was the ACT one, but it doesn't matter which one. Use that as the real discriminator. But by having the grade point in there as well, the student is motivated to try to get their grades up as well and keep on doing the academic work. And having that mixture has been quite successful, Madam Chairman, and the states that didn't do it that way got in trouble. So.
Other questions? Yes, go ahead, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Did you guys look at, I don't know that we even asked you to, but do you know what other states are doing? Whether, not just on whether we take out the and or, but a different and that's different than a standardized testing, or if they have another qualification to go with grades, but it isn't a standardized testing.
Tanya, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Representative Lawley, we did not do that analysis. We did not look at other states' endowment or performance scholarships.
Other questions or comments? Okay, guess you're off the hook. We'll give you a few minutes here to take a breather. Let's go ahead and open this up for public to give us some testimony on 26 LSO 0195 Hathaway Scholarship eligibility. Is there anyone in the room? I keep wanting to ask if the State Department has any, you have any comments on any of these? I figured if you did, you'd jump right up, but we could certainly ask you right ahead, I guess, if you have anything you'd like to say on any of these.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not on this one.
Okay. We'll grab you then for the next one. All right. Welcome. Please tell us your name and what you'd like to say about the scholarship.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ava Taylor, and I'm here just to speak on behalf of myself. I'm here today to speak on my experience with the Hathaway Scholarship. I'm from Cheyenne, and I am currently at my second year at the University of Wyoming, holding junior status. And so currently, as this bill states, the current Hathaway Scholarship guidelines, as we know, state that you need GPA and an ACT requirement. And for me, changing that single word from and to or would open many opportunities for students across the state. Although my time has passed to apply for the Hathaway Scholarship, I think if my statement can make a difference for future students, including my younger brother that will be a high school student next year, I would love to help with that. And that is why I'm asking for your vote for this bill. While I am passionate for this bill, I was hesitant to come testify today because it did mean missing class this morning. But I did talk to my professor and she was completely supportive of it. And just with that conversation, a classmate behind me also shared her frustrations with the current Hathaway scholarships in that she also did not obtain the highest level because of her ACT score. And that is my own case as well. I was unable to qualify for that highest level because of my ACT score, despite graduating with a 4.2 cumulative GPA, and I was enrolled in many APs and honor courses, and I did also graduate as a capstone student, which is just kind of an additional AP coursework that you can do to get that distinguished graduation. While standardized tests do come easy to many people, things like test anxiety and people also struggle with the focus of ACT being that this content on there is not emphasized in advanced coursework, meaning the ACT has pre-algebra when you have been in advanced calculus for the past 2 years and you're used to doing that calculation on a calculator. And so there's that. And I do also want to share a 2020 University of Chicago study on the college success predictors. And they share, quote, students' high school grade point averages are 5 times stronger than their ACT scores at predicting college graduation. And that research supports what I have found to be true, given that I am now a double major in criminal justice and pre-law with a minor in psychology, maintaining a 4.0 GPA at the University of Wyoming, while also earning a Dean's List and President's List distinction each semester. I also... Let's see, there we go. My iPad keeps glitching, sorry. And so the Hathaway Scholarship is a incredible opportunity for Wyomingites and students to pursue higher education in the state of Wyoming and hopefully post-grad. However, the current language also slightly conflicts with the spirit of our Constitution, which states in Article 7, Section 16 regarding the University of Wyoming that instruction furnished may be as nearly free as possible. Meaning by changing GPA and ACT to GPA or ACT, this bill brings us closer to honoring that principle, making higher education at the University of Wyoming nearly as free as possible for hardworking students. And that brings me to Senator Scott's point on the concern with making this change from and to or, making it that more, I guess, average students can apply for the scholarship. That is very much a valid concern. And I think the and to or might not be the one all and be all solution, where if we add additional stipulations such as with the language from and to or, and also adding with GPA and rigorous coursework, for example, that could be, there's multiple creative stipulations that I think could be added on that can address that concern. And Wyoming is also one of 22 states that has a merit-based scholarship like this. And I think to make ours more inclusive while also fair, that's recognizing academic performance through rigorous coursework rather than a standardized test could make this more achievable and inclusive. So, and with your permission, Madam Chairman, I would also like to just speak briefly on the next bill up, considering the increase in Hathaway Scholarship. It's very brief. With what I just said, as well as I would also ask for your support on the next bill, because the current buying power of the scholarship does not meet actual tuition needs as the original program intended to. Whereas post tuition or post scholarship, once that's I guess applied, you still have a ridiculous amount left to pay. And I can speak on that firsthand. So thank you for listening. I am open to any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Taylor? Yes.
We are limited in the amount of money we have. And as I understood the testimony and financial impact of this, I don't see how we can do both this bill and the next bill on increasing the amount of the Hathaway Scholarship. I think there's not enough money for both. Which is the more important of the two for you?
I would say I do understand that for sure. I think probably this one is where my heart stands with more, because for me, especially if I were to just get that extra couple hundred, it is from the third level to the honors level. I think that makes more of an impact. And I think granting that to more students would be less of a break to the bank rather than increasing the overall financial aid granted. But I think if we do change the stipulations of and to or, it would, yeah.
Senator Brennan, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I
question?
have it's actually a comment. I want to thank you for coming and testifying. The Hathaway Scholarship was created before I went, or after I went to college. But had the Hathaway Scholarship been available to me, I would have been a student. That would have been in your boat. Good GPA, rigorous course, not great grades on standardized tests. So I appreciate you coming and testifying and bringing this to our attention, because I know that there is a handful of those of us out there that perform well in one area, but when it comes to sitting and taking a standardized test, it does not reflect on one's actual academic abilities. So appreciate you bringing this to our attention.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too want to say thank you for being here. I appreciate the research that you did too, and that you provided the committee, because I think it provided some insight into some of the questions I had as well, and even offering an alternative. And I will say, after our last committee meeting, I got quite a few emails from students and parents alike that dealt with the same issue. So I guess my question to you is, do you think there might be any connection, or have you read anything about any connection about the sort of test fatigue we have created in our public school system that creates anxiety or heightens anxiety for kids taking standardized tests? Have you any thoughts about that, even from your own experience?
Yeah,
Ms.
thank
Taylor,
you,
go ahead.
Madam Chair and Representative Lawley. I guess just from my experience of taking the ACT, we did it in our gym, which is honestly kind of a sterile environment. It's not super, and I guess test environments don't have to be welcoming, but it is very intimidating, and you're just in this big gym with many people. And the kid next to me, I know, was eating his snack very loudly, and that's that gets very in your head because that's all you can focus on. And so I know people handle those environments differently, but I think the environment does play a big role in how kids are able to focus and perform at their best, because that isn't we know research shows that kids learn differently and they have different styles of learning. And I think that could also be applicable to test taking, whether that's the environment or the layout of the test. So thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
My question for you is, when you, so congratulations on your awesome GPA.
Thank you.
When you did you get other scholarship opportunities, and were those scholarship opportunities tied to both your GPA and your ACT score?
Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with that, this is a touchy subject for me because applying for scholarships, as I'm fortunate enough to come from a financially stable family, and I have lots of extracurriculars and volunteer work and such things that do look good on applications and like stuff like that. But there's many scholarships that are specific to minoritized groups and such things like that. And if I don't fit into many of those groups, it's harder to apply for I apply for general scholarships because that's what I usually qualify for. But I have found some that I can't apply for because of my ACT score. And same thing like this, it'll have that and stipulation where it says GPA and ACT, and I get excited to apply for it. And then I read a little further down, I'm like, oh, can't apply for that. So I do not have as many scholarships as I would like to. And I will share, I considered going out of state just for a new like experience and just finding new people and such. But I chose to go to UW in hopes that I would go for basically free, not free, but close to as possible. And that is just not the reality. So yeah, thanks.
I have just a couple for you.
Yes.
You know, as a former teacher, I know that test anxiety is real for some kids. Some kids really do have that issue. But I have a couple questions. First of all, did you get a chance to take it more than once?
Yes, I did take it twice, and the second time was online. Sorry, I really have to sneeze, and that's
Go ahead.
It's okay. I'm trying
It's
to
all
hold
right.
it in because I sneeze a million times. But yes, I did take it twice, and the first was online in the gym, and the second was in, I think, the administration building on our little school issued iPads. So, and that did help it go up, but not enough. So,
Some schools actually have ACT prep classes. And again, sometimes the students that are in a lot of rigorous classes already may not have that opportunity. Did your school district by chance have that ACT prep?
they did, yes. But unfortunately, at times they were offered, always conflicted with either sports or other clubs I was in. And so as much as I could, I tried to do some studying on my own time, but just with the courses I was in, it was some time management. So
Well, I would say that I think you brought some good ideas up. I think the ACT is kind of flawed in a way because of the way it's set up and the way the courses are set up in our high schools.
Mhm.
And so I think that's probably an area that we need to take a look at, doing maybe a better job and, you know, in our districts of trying to figure a way to get those classes aligned so that when you go in to take it, you've taken the kind of classes you need to be successful at it. But I think you also bring a good point up about, you know, if you've taken a lot of rigorous coursework, you know, that should enter in, and maybe that's something we could do. I don't know if we can do it now with this bill, but maybe in the future, or, you know, maybe somebody has a better idea than I do. But again, I appreciate your testimony, and I just think it's very brave of you to come forward, and it's great to hear, because I know it's true. I had students that really were very, very good students, but really struggled when it came to tests, and not just the ACT, but any type of test that was a, you know, make or break type thing. So appreciate your time. And does anybody else have anything? Oh, sorry, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just wondered, I liked that you had some possible solutions. Were you able to take any, or did you choose to take any advanced placement courses? And if so, how did you experience some of that same test anxiety with the advanced placement testing? I do appreciate that the test anxiety is a real thing.
Ms. Taylor?
thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Bratton. I did take many AP tests, and I graduated with an AP Scholar distinction, meaning I got a score of 3 or higher on every single AP test I took. And while it is the same environment, it is a smaller population because it is just those who are in that class. And I think the test anxiety, for me at least, was a bit lower because I knew exactly to an extent what would be on the test because it is more subject specific. And so I was able to, I guess, study more for it. And it was what I was currently in rather than pre-algebra that I took in 7th grade, being in Calc 2 in my senior, so I think that has definitely played a role, and it depends on where you are in your academic career and also the content of the tests.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. And thanks again for your testimony on the next bill. We'll keep that in mind.
Yes, thank you guys
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Chairman.
Yes.
Just a quick note on the academic rigor of the courses. I just wanted to point out that we do take that into consideration, but it goes into the GPA, right? You calculate what's called the Hathaway GPA, and the statute requires that certain courses be weighted higher. That's why Ms. Taylor mentioned having a 4.2, right? That's probably her Hathaway GPA, and that's going to be weighted based on that additional scoring. But yeah, that rigor only goes to that one side of the equation. So I think it's important to understand that aspect of it. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to testify on this bill? Please come forward. Tell us who you are and tell us what you want us to know.
Well, thank you. Is it okay if we disseminate this resolution from
sure.
ACW for y'all?
That'd be great.
Appreciate it. Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I really just want to genuinely say that I appreciate you all championing these conversations on Hathaway. I think it's really important, and it shows that you all care about Wyoming students. First off, my name is Saber Smith, and I'm from Gillette, Wyoming. I'm here on behalf of AACW as a student senator to express strong support for increasing the Hathaway Scholarship in Senate Bill 196 and also in strong support of Senate Bill 195 to expand the eligibility as well. As a second-year graduate assistant in political science planning to attend law school, I'm deeply grateful for the Hathaway Scholarship and what it's provided for me. I've qualified for the honors and needs-based Hathaway Scholarship, and combined with federal funding, tons of external scholarships, and Pell Grants, it allowed me to complete my undergraduate degree without any tuition debt. And so with that, I just want to speak on the expanding eligibility first. Expanding eligibility for the Hathaway Scholarship will allow more Wyoming students to attend UW and our community colleges. I strongly support this because GPA should be valued over standardized testing. If a student works hard to maintain a high GPA but does not perform well in the ACT, they should still be considered. And I think that was reflected in our previous speaker. But also, I had the privilege and honestly the luck of being able to take the ACT for the first time and doing incredibly well without testing. That isn't the case for every test that I've taken. For instance, I took an AP test where I was studying day in, day out for the AP English and failed it. Or when I'm taking the LSAT this time around, I took it 3 separate times to actually get a good enough LSAT grade. And so to just point that out, it can be incredibly dependent and it can be incredibly different for everyone in every single test. And so I think that's something that you all should factor in when making this decision. And if I may also talk about increasing the Hathaway Scholarship. And a lot of you all, like Senator Scott and I believe Representative Kelly as well, had mentioned what we ought to prioritize. I do believe if we are to prioritize one over the other, it should be increasing the Hathaway amount to allow for more students to get the higher tuition scholarship. So for many Wyoming students, that kind of support determines whether college is even possible. Expanding Hathaway funding will open doors for more students to earn a degree and contribute to our state. And I just want to thank you all for your work on this legislation. It is truly a remarkable and admirable endeavor. And you can see that we've passed the Senate resolution around that passed in our student Senate at the University of Wyoming. It passed with unanimous consent, everyone agreeing that this is a top priority, not only for Wyoming students, but for the state as well. Thank you.
Ashley keeps turning off my button here. Could you please state your name again? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, Saber Smith, like
Okay.
the sword. Yep.
Oh, super, super.
Yep.
Any questions for Mr. Smith? No questions. All right, great job on this, by the way.
Great, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Our next person.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Logan Robinson. I'm from Saratoga, Wyoming. I'm also here on behalf of the Associated Students of the University of Wyoming as a student senator to express our support for the expansion of Hathaway eligibility in 26 LSO 0195. Currently, the University of Wyoming is test optional, meaning that ACT scores are not required for acceptance. This is a trend that is seen throughout the country, combined with the NCAA removing ACT requirements for student athletes entering college in 2023. On October 16th of this year, Superintendent Dagenfelder released the ACT results for the class of 2025. The average composite score was 19.1, which was an increase from the previous 2 years. This average leaves Wyoming graduates eligible for only the opportunity and provisional levels, which, when compared with the rising cost of attendance, leaves financial concerns for most. ASUW has a longstanding belief in greater accessibility to higher education in the state of Wyoming and believes in a more fair and flexible selection criteria. With declining enrollment, especially at the University of Wyoming, we support expanded Hathaway eligibility to not only reflect the changing landscape of higher education admissions, but to also ensure that Wyoming students are rewarded for their hard work and encouraged to pursue their education here at home, regardless of testing performance and capabilities. With that, I encourage you to please support an advanced 26 LSO 095. And I will also offer some insight into my personal experience with ACT and scholarships. I also rely on the Hathaway Scholarship as well as others. And I was fortunate enough to take the ACT multiple times. And that's the reason I was able to get here. In my school district, Carbon County School District number 2, we are required to take the ACT twice. I did not score very well. I took it 2 more times. I've taken the ACT 4 times, and that was the reason I got to the score I did. Combined with other scholarships, that is why I'm able to attend the University of Wyoming. I am a Daniels Scholar, if any of you know what the Daniels Fund is. I'm very fortunate to call myself that, and I think the ACT score, it is quite frankly being phased out. It's becoming optional. And I think that's reflective of our changing landscapes in higher education. And I just, especially based off the sentiments of a lot of people I've discussed at the university through ASUW, this expanded selection criteria is very important. So are there any questions?
Questions for Logan? Yeah, I have one for you. You mentioned some other states are phasing it out. Could you talk about that just a little bit?
I can't give any specific states, but I know at least I found a presentation that was presented to the Board of Trustees in 2021 that both spoke about the NCAA phasing out the ACT requirement for student athletes. It also had a list of schools. The only one I can think of from that list was the University of Oklahoma, but there was a long list of schools that no longer have the ACT requirement for admissions. And so that is just, quite frankly, a trend that is being reflected throughout higher education.
And just as a follow-up, did you have an ACT prep class at all in your high school? That
I
helped
did not.
prepare you?
We were a very small school and it was not offered. We did not have the capabilities to offer that for the juniors and seniors. And so on my own, through my own funds, but also through the aid of Gear Up, that program, I was able to get a test book. And even despite that test book, I had to go back and take the ACT multiple times. But no, an ACT prep class was not offered.
Other questions? Yes, go ahead, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When you say that you had to retake the ACT multiple times, Was that out of pocket for you and your family, or did the school district provide that?
So the first two were covered. I believe the first one was covered by the state, the second by my school district. And then I have the opportunity to have one of the other times covered by, through the Gear Up program. But to still achieve the desired score to have this financial aid I needed to attend school, I had to pay out of pocket for one of those times.
Okay, excuse me, other questions for Logan? Okay, thanks both of you for your testimony. We appreciate your
you.
time and best of luck in your future. It's great to see people that are less than 30 come in and testify. Love their fresh ideas. Anybody else that would like to testify, please come forward. Tell us who you are and what you'd like us to know.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the committee. My name is Eric Swingley. I am a resident of Laramie, Wyoming. And today I'm going to be speaking in my personal capacity on this proposed legislation. I am speaking in favor of this legislation, and I strongly encourage all of you to consider it for this next legislative session. First and foremost, the impact of this legislation, I don't believe that we've spoken on this yet. Nonetheless, it is very important. When we change the and statements to an or statement, we start enfranchising homeschoolers. Therefore, homeschoolers under Title 21, Section 16, subsection 1303, the qualifications are therefore added that state that they can either go GPA or ACT, I suppose. So ACT, most of the homeschoolers do take the ACT in the state of Wyoming and therefore would qualify for the Hathaway Scholarship for university. So that's kind of one of the main points that I did want to bring up and bring this to the attention of the committee. I thank you for your time, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Do you know how many homeschoolers currently are utilizing the Hathaway because at like the University of Wyoming by any chance?
Thank you, Chair. I do not know that answer. However, I will say this, though. The structure of homeschooling in the state does not have GPA. It's it is a matter of fulfillment of requirements within the Wyoming Department of Education promulgation of rules and the Board of Education's promulgations of rules. So therefore, it is just the completion of criteria that is the primary focus.
Thank you.
Any follow up on that? Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else who would like to testify on this bill? Please come forward. Is there anybody online, Ashley?
Nobody
On
online,
this
Madam
bill?
Chairman.
Okay. I guess we're at that point. Is there any discussion, committee? We'll close public testimony. Any questions or comments committee has before we take a roll call vote? No? Is that hand up? I never can tell for sure. Yes, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Yeah, Madam Chairman,
Oh,
on and against the bill. Frankly, I don't see how we can do both this and the following bill on increasing the amount, and I'm much more in favor of increasing the amount, but I think we're getting away from the original Hathaway intent that, with what's happened with inflation, it's not keeping up with inflation. And second, I would emphasize that what we found out when we were looking at the structuring it originally was that when you structured it so that you could rely on just the GPA, which is what this would do, it would permit that, you do induce massive grade inflation. The pressures on everybody getting an A get to be just incredible. And we've got enough problems with that already. So I think that what this bill would do would be to enable a number of people who really have don't have the capability of benefiting from the University of Education from going. This would encourage them to try that and would spend a bunch of money that we need to spend on the kids who can really benefit from it. So I would hope we would defeat this bill.
And I apologize, I jumped the gun here a little bit. We need to have a motion first on this bill before I ask for discussion. Is there, okay, there's a motion there to forward it. Second by Senator Brennan. And thank you for that discussion. Any other discussion on the bill by the committee? Yes, go ahead, Senator Brennan.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. On and for this bill, I think that there are probably more instances than we realize of GPAs and test scores not being an accurate reflection of how well a student is going to perform and do in college. It was mentioned that states and colleges are getting away, some from even requiring SATs and ACTs as part of their requirements for entrance into college. And that's because they're finding that a student's GPA is way more reflective of how they're going to do in college than their performance on the standardized tests. And so I think that this is something that we should definitely consider moving forward. And that's what I have to say.
Further comments? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am obviously in favor of the bill. One of the things I think it's important to realize is the Hathaway Scholarship was to encourage students in Wyoming and enable them to come to the University of Wyoming. Part of wanting them to stay in the state, providing the avenue to get these scholarships. So I don't see opening it up as a bad thing. I think it's helpful. And we see this decline in the acceptance of these ACT scores as a reliable indicator. Colleges are not, again, there is a trend there where they're not using it for admission, and there's a reason for that. So I would remind you also that within the Hathaway program, there are metrics that the students have to meet to keep that scholarship. So if there's someone that gets in that maybe they are in over their heads, maybe that the scholarship program itself will address those things. And maybe there's a different direction for them using things like other scholarships that are available or a different category of Hathaway. I don't know how that would work exactly, but I just know there are these parameters that you must meet to keep the scholarship. So again, I'm just in favor of this approach. We've heard some compelling testimony today about how it's affected people personally to get the level that they really deserved. We've seen that those folks that talked about that had struggled are obviously doing well academically. And I'm not saying that there might not be some that might get in that situation, but I just think that's not the way to think about this. I understand the money is an issue, which is actually the reason I didn't vote for the first bill, the last bill. It has to do with the money, and I would rather see us do this first. It's just a difference of view than Senator Rothfuss, but something like this first, and then even if we have to graduate the increase in the amount of the scholarships or something to try to deal with the financial side of it. I just think these are the priorities right now to meet the needs, and to see so many students come and talk about this is really significant. We don't get a lot of them that come, and it's good to see them. It is young faces and great ideas, and I appreciate every one of them, but I am in favor of the bill.
Yes, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may be the unpopular guy here. Here's my concern. I concur with the idea of great inflation. And when we tie monetary awards to performance, I'm also looking at this perspective from public education teachers. We are also struggling in the education community to find ways to retain and recruit good teachers. And at the same time, they start to have new pressures on them to award better grades because these families will get more money. We'll inadvertently be increasing pressures on teachers and making life more anxious for them than it already is. with requirements. I'm also looking at the ACT, I think is getting unfairly maligned here. It's the most objective measure we actually have. And I have looked at the studies that claim GPA is superior, and they're suspect. I am somebody who teaches methods and statistics. I'm not looking at their numbers and seeing the conclusions that the colleges came up with. What I am seeing is this. ACT scores have been dropping for 30 years. The kids are coming out of public schools and doing worse and worse on an objective measure. And people blame stress and test anxiety on that, but we had it in my generation too. College enrollment since 2010 has dropped by 15%. Why are colleges getting rid of ACT? To open up the pool of potential customers, because they need new students. 1 in 3 college students is entering college and taking a remedial course because they're not prepared. The student in Connecticut graduated with honors and got a scholarship, and she is illiterate. So I think what we're doing by stepping away from the ACT is masking a problem underneath that. We're making it easier for people to get to college even though they may not be prepared. So, Madam Chair, I may just be the old guy who's living in the past here, but I feel like what we're doing is continuously lowering the bar rather than challenging our youth to rise to the occasion. So in the testimony here, we hear some of the best and the brightest and the challenges they have, and they're here because they met those challenges, and they will succeed in life because they met those challenges. I don't think that making things easier for the youth, I have 6 children myself, and they could attest to this if they were here. That challenging them is what makes them excellent, not making things easier for them. So I don't like the idea of handing more money and making it more easy to get that money at this time, just for the fact that we want more students in college. That goal in itself is laudable, but we also have other bills coming up where I'm jumping the gun slightly here, but I would like to see us expand the opportunity. We want to keep people in the state. We have people who have people who have to do jobs here that don't require college degrees. I don't know how many of our students will get these degrees and then leave, like my daughter did for Nashville. So I am against this bill just for the fact that I think the heart's in the right place, but I think the practical implications will not be what we're intending.
Ashley, could you just leave my green light on? Oh, you can't. Okay. I've just been discombobulated. My light's off, it's on, it's off. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I share Senator Scott's concerns. I do want to raise the award, and that is at the top of my triage list for the Hathaway. I also share Representative Kelly's concerns about pressure on teachers to inflate grades. As a former high school teacher myself, I know that's reality, and we need to retain our good teachers and not add to that stress. I do appreciate that the test anxiety is real, and I would be open to looking at considering, especially with students who have those very high, GPAs because of their excellent academic load that they're taking, looking at perhaps considering those advanced placement type scores, which is also an objective national measure of success, of academic success. So thank you.
Oh, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to acknowledge that the other side of what we're hearing about. So we're hearing about testing anxiety. I know, like, from my personal experience and from some of the folks that I went to school with, I had an average GPA, but the opportunity to take the ACT, that was the opportunity for me to qualify for the Hathaway Scholarship in a way and actually benefit from it when I ended up going to community colleges here in Wyoming. And I know that when you're talking about a GPA, that score, that's a number that's going to follow you for your educational career. And that is something that you can't retake. If you have a bad week or something crazy socially happens to you while you're in high school and it affects your ability to think clearly, that could affect your your GPA, and that could affect your ability to receive a scholarship. And so the opportunity that presents itself with the ACT, I do think that is valuable, especially considering that you can retake it multiple times and it'll be paid for by the school. And so to totally discount that opportunity for our students, I don't think that would be right either. So just my 2 cents.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. So my concern when we had the motion for this bill last time was that this is very complicated, and that the first conversation about it in the final meeting was going to lead to some of the challenges that I think we're having, where this problem is unquestionably real. And there's no doubt, consistent with what Representative Singh is saying, that there's a positive correlation between ACT testing and performance. In other words, if you perform well on the ACT, you probably will be okay in college. But there isn't a negative correlation where if you perform badly, because we know that there are an awful lot of students that perform incredibly well in college that did badly on a high stakes test, because they're not good at high stakes tests, not that they don't have the knowledge, and there's not, honestly, depends on the course, I guess. There certainly are some courses in college where you have high stakes tests, but most of college isn't a high stakes test. And courses that are high stakes test based are typically pretty poor courses, honestly. That's not the structure of a good college experience and a good educational experience. We also know the same thing with GPA, positive correlation. So if you perform very well in your GPA, if you're a good student in high school, you'll probably perform well at the university, all else being equal. But the opposite, again, isn't necessarily true. You can have a mediocre or even lousy GPA in high school, and your life just wasn't such that things worked out for you to get a good GPA. Turns out you're really smart. Turns out you're going to be okay in college. We know those students are out there. So the idea of the or is a good concept, but the problem with this bill is it's a lot more complicated than just adding an or, and we saw the data about how many students we open with the floodgates of just adding an or. We need to do some type of an analysis to figure out what the right equation is, so to speak, so that we can recognize that high-performing students in GPA are rewarded and recognize that they don't necessarily have to hit a home run on the test. High-performing testers are also probably going to be okay and rewarded. And that's actually how something we haven't talked about, it's called Cowboy Commitment. It's another type of scholarship at the University of Wyoming, how it works, where it's a blended continuum. It recognizes that if you've got a 4.0 in high school, you're going to be fine. If you've got a 36 on your ACT, you're going to be fine. And it doesn't matter what your GPA is for the 36, and it doesn't matter what your ACT is for the 4.0. We need something like that. We need an interim. We need to spend time on this. We need to figure it out and bring a bill to the next session, the general session, in my opinion, that appropriately recognizes what needs to be done to properly evaluate whether a student should be eligible for different levels of the Hathaway. This bill just opens it up, puts an or in, $9.5 million. We can't afford the increase. So I'm going to be against it at this time while fully and completely supporting the intent of the bill. 100%. I couldn't support it more. I also don't like GPA, right? I think GPA has the same problems where it's not a great indicator for many students, but it's a good indicator for an awful lot of them. So for me, it's going to be a no vote, not because I don't 100% agree with those that are supporting it and the students that are supporting it, but because I think we need to do it right, more sensitively, and come up with a system that doesn't open the floodgates based on Senator Scott's concern, but appropriately recognizes there are different strengths in different individuals.
Any other comments? Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on LSO 10195.
Madam Chairman, for 26 LSO 195, Hathaway Scholarship eligibility for sponsorship in the 2026 session, Senator Brennan. Senator Olson. Senator Rothfuss.
No.
Senator Scott.
No.
Representative Bratton.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Guzamas.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Lawley.
Aye.
Representative Singh.
No.
Representative Strock.
No.
Representative Williams is excused. Co-chairman Andrew,
No.
co-chairman Schuler.
No.
That is 2 aye, 11 no, 1 excused.
Thanks, everyone, for your testimony, and I think Senator Rothfuss is on something here. I'm the same way, just feel like this is something that we need to go into a little bit more depth. I think we're headed down a good path with what we had here, but it just wasn't quite right. Martha, did you have something?
Yes, yeah,
Excuse me.
thank you, Madam Chairman. I would agree as an alternative that, and I would be willing to not only urge with Senator Rothfuss this being an interim topic, but work with him towards creating that kind of middle ground to begin to open this up and help some of these students
Yep.
that fall on one side or the other. Thank you.
Let's do it.
That's
All right. With that, then we'll go on to, we probably should take a break now. Do you want to
Not a
start
bad
the next
idea.
bill? Should we take a break now and then come back? How many minutes do you need? 10? All right, let's be back at 10. I'll tell you what, we'll go 10:45. We'll give you 12 minutes.
It is, right?
I'm already behind, sorry. Welcome back, everybody, from our break. Had some good discussion already this morning. We're a little bit behind schedule, but these are really important topics. So we appreciate the dialogue and the testimony. We're going to move on to 26 LSO 0196, the increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards. And hopefully our sharpshooters over here, our experts in the room, will tell us what we need to know about that, the awards. Or at least one sharpshooter is coming forward. Maybe that wasn't the right term, was it? I'll come up with a better one for you, Tanya.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Tanya Heitrick, Operations Administrator, Legislative Service Office. I'm here to present 26 LSO 196 Committee Formal Draft 1.0 titled Increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards. This is the second bill that was requested by the committee at the August meeting. The Hathaway scholarships have been increased as moved by the committee. The honors scholarship is now $5,360. The performance scholarship is $4,020, and the opportunity scholarship is $2,680, and the provisional opportunity is that same amount, $2,680. And so if you look at the bill, section 1, page 1, line 7 through page 6, line 1, this operationalizes the increases to the scholarship. And I'll just point out the relevant page and line numbers for these increases. The Opportunity Scholarship is increased on page 2, lines 13 and 14. The Performance Scholarship is increased on page 3, lines 4 and 5. The Honor Scholarship is increased on page 3, lines 17 through 20. And the Provisional Opportunity Scholarship is increased on page 4, lines 19 and 20. And then the Needs-Based Scholarship increases the amount on page 6, lines 2 and 3. And then also page 6, lines 7 and 8. The effective date of this act is July 1st, 2026, pursuant to section 2, page 6, line 13. Subject to the Madam Chairwoman's questions and the committees.
Questions from the committee? Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, just a technical question. For instance, page 2, line 14, 1,340 per what? Semester.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator Scott, if you keep on reading on that sentence on page 2, lines 14 and 15, it says per semester. So it didn't change the operation of the program as you were considering the previous bills. It only increases the amount.
Matt, any follow-up on that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just briefly, the committee asked at the last meeting, what would the increase have to be to maintain the initial awards from the 2006, 2007 academic year? The increase would have to be 123.4% to maintain that parity from the initial year, 123.4%. This bill increases the awards 59.5%. So it's about half of that overall increase in the past 20 years. Additionally, just to reiterate the comments I spoke to earlier, the historical investment earnings, when you include realized capital gains, have averaged, when you exclude this most recent fiscal year, 24.3 million. When you include this most recent fiscal year, 26.1 million, and that's from the initial $400 million mark. And that would allow for, on average, about a 45% increase over the current award amounts, ranging down to 28% if you presume increases to the awards year over year. And again, the state treasurer's office, when you don't include realized capital gains over the next 5 years, is projecting interest and dividends equating to 19.5 to 19.6 million per year, which would allow for approximately a 17% increase on the award amounts that are currently provided in law.
Questions, committee? I just have one, Matt. I know you mentioned earlier that we had one increase. When was that? Just out of curiosity? Or how long ago was that?
Madam Chair, I believe it was 2014.
2013. And how much did that increase? If you recall?
Madam Chair, it was 5%.
5%. Other comments or questions? Okay. Well, guys got off the hot seat pretty quick. So thank you for that. Let's go ahead and open it up for testimony. I think the State Department of Education, did you guys want to testify on this? Okay, we'll just open it up to the public. Anyone want to testify on this bill, please come forward. Give us your name and tell us what you'd like us to know about it. Welcome. Great to see these young people. Thanks for coming over. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Chairwoman, and thank you to the members of the committee. So my name is Edwin Morales. I come from the small town of Alvin, Wyoming, so I'm a proud Wyomingite. And I'm also a student senator here in the University of Wyoming for AACW. And in my role as a student senator, I am here to express strong support for the increase of Hathaway as proposed in this current bill. This is my third year representing students at UW, and every year the biggest concern for students is cost of living, cost of tuition. Every year the tuition goes higher and higher, yet the awards that they get, even at the university level, never go up. They're financially strained. And then with the general cost of living, it's becoming a very financially unstable situation for many of the students that we represent. As I've already stated, the cost of tuition has increased substantially. And as stated in the resolution that we passed via unanimous consent 2 days ago, we believe that it is in the best interest of our students to increase this award. I can speak from an admissions standpoint as well, working in the admissions office at the University of Wyoming. There's many students who always ask me financial aid questions. They are so concerned about how they're going to pay for school. And the Hathaway, while being a great resource, often is not what it needs to be. I think students strive for the Hathaway. They want to get the Hathaway, but it's not meeting the same kind of financial aid, the same requirements that it used to. And I think that's kind of becoming less of a determinant factor for students. I think students are just kind of saying the Hathaway is good, but it's not paying substantially what I need. So what's the point? I know some of my cousins, some of my family members are thinking that in the state, and I tell them, I mean, it's a great scholarship. You proceed as high as I can. I think increasing the award will push our high school students to, get that higher score, get those higher grades. So I think it's just a better overall kind of benefit for the state, our students, families, to increase this award. And I open it up to any questions.
Questions for Mr. Morales? Yes, go ahead, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, gentlemen. I really appreciate that. Would you have any concerns if we increase the amount of the awards? Because you talked about rising tuition.
Mm-hmm.
What would stop the university from simply raising tuition further once all this money became available?
Go ahead,
I think
Mr.
that's a
Morales.
really good question, and I appreciate that question. And I think first and foremost, I first of all really see that as something being difficult. I think the university as a whole takes their constitutional duty to keep the cost of tuition for Wyoming students seriously. I think we've seen that throughout a lot of the kind of things that we've seen from the Board of Trustees recently, they're really trying to keep the cost of tuition as low as possible. And I do believe that if we increase the scholarship, they will keep to that commitment. I know many of the trustees, I'm a trustee scholar, so I've, met with them, had dinners with them, and they're really committed to keeping the price of the university as low as possible. I also think it's just not good to increase tuition anyway, simply because of the current state of college admissions. College admissions are becoming increasingly more competitive. The declining birth rate means that there's less high school students that are graduating, thus meaning there's a less qualified pool of applicants to colleges. And so increasing tuition would just not be to the benefit of the university, as we are looking at decreased enrollment numbers. And I think the university is actually looking at ways of lowering tuition to increase our enrollment numbers, because we kind of pride ourselves on offering the lowest tuition possible, not only to Wyoming students, but to students in the general Rocky Mountain, Mountain West area.
Follow up? Sure. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, market forces would keep them from doing that.
Yes.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Just a quick answer to that, though. The last time we raised it by 5%, the university, I believe, ended up having a 4% increase in tuition the next year, and there was quite a bit of consternation based on the exact point of Representative Kelly. They planned their tuition increases quite a bit in advance, and that was the case at that point in time. I don't know what they have slated, but we could find out what is on the horizon for the next several years. And they honestly, when that happened, they really started to make sure that they were announcing it well ahead of time, because those types of concerns with the legislature come up as fairly significant concerns. So that's an inquiry we could make, is what are the planned tuition changes over the next 5 years or something along those lines. I know that for a series of years, they were raising it by 4%. I don't know whether that was every second year or every year that they were doing that, just keeping up with market. But I'm not sure what they're at now.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, question, and maybe for our legal authorities, is there any constitutional reason that if they did some abusive raises, the legislature couldn't set their tuition and fees and put a limit on that?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Sonia.
I've not researched that issue, but I certainly can.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I don't think we need that at this point, but I can't see one. And I think that's something that we could do in the course of, and we could set it up so we did it in the course of the budgeting process. So I think that in addition to market forces, Madam Chairman, we have that lever if we ever needed it.
Other questions for Mr. Morales? Yes. Go
Thank
ahead,
you, Madam
Representative.
Chair. I have a question for you, where I'm interested in you working in the admissions, and just kind of want to know what you would say if you took all these proposed bills, what would be your priority? Is this a priority, or did you just get elected to speak on this particular one, or is this the one, when you take all of that accounting in as you advise students and try to find the money available? Is this your high priority?
Yeah.
Mr. Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for the question. So from an admission standpoint, I can't really speak personally on, I'm just a student worker, so I attend phone calls and stuff like that, and then we send phone calls to the financial aid office, and they provide a lot more assistance than we can. We just give kind of the general information. From a student government perspective, we do believe that this is kind of the general increase in Hathaway is the biggest priority. I think this is where we can have the biggest impact and the biggest help. While we do support the other proposals as well, because we do want to increase flexibility, and we do understand, we've talked to many students, and many students have reached out to us stating the kind of rigidness of the Hathaway and how that kind of prevents some of their goals financially to attend college and kind of achieve their educational goals. We do believe that this increase in the general amount of the Hathaway is where it would have the biggest impact. And so if we had to pick any of the three proposals, we would definitely pick this one.
Okay, other questions? I have just one for you. First of all, congratulations on being a trustee scholarship winner. And I've actually been to Alvin, and it's interesting. There's no high school there anymore. There used to be. I actually had a family member that actually taught there for a short time, and it was a great place. Where did you go to high school? Did you go to Burns?
I went to Pine Bluffs.
Pine Bluffs, okay. And that's just an aside. I'm just interested,
Yeah.
since not too many people have been to Alvin, so, and it is a cool little town. The other question I had really was, just since you've been at the university, I don't know if you're a junior, senior, junior?
Yep.
Okay. How much has tuition increased just since you've been at UW?
Why? I mean, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think, I remember originally because my trustees award covers the full cost and the full cost of attendance at UW. And the award originally was $23,000, and since then it's been increased to $26,000. So that's a $3,000 increase in the 3 years that I have been at the institution.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes, Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, does that figure include tuition and fees or just tuition? Because I know some of the trustees have talked to me that they have to be very careful. Some places have kept the tuition constant and raised the fees to the ceiling, and they're trying to avoid that.
Mr. Morales, do you have any idea on that?
Kind of. I have some kind of general insight, if I may. So the cost of attendance is not generally considered tuition and fees per se, and I don't know how much those specifically have increased. But the cost of attendance is a more generalized kind of view of how much you're going to pay for school, including housing, including food. And so I do think that some of those increases account for the increases in food and the increases in housing prices. But there is a substantial amount of it that is in the tuition and fees part. I could not tell you the exact amount. I do apologize for that, but I can tell you that there has been at least that $3,000 increase in the general cost of attendance.
Thank you. Anything else, committee? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Who's up next? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Dylan Hartman. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Dylan Hartman, and I'm the ASUW Director of External Public Affairs. Briefly, I'd like to add, on the very back page of the resolution we circulated, the tuition and fees are shown from, I believe, 2013 to 2023, showing the percentage increase in both tuition and fees. So just for reference for the committee. And I would like to start here just by saying that the Hathaway is a great program. I believe the legislature displayed fantastic foresight by taking income at a time when revenue was plentiful and turning it into a durable financial asset. The intention behind this merit-based scholarship is noble, supporting students who have earned an opportunity to pursue higher education. As has been discussed today, the Hathaway has been eroded by the rising cost of tuition, which has steadily pushed the coverage at the honors level down from 90% to 40%. This 40% is heading for 37% unless this legislature takes action. Speaking from my personal experience, when the cost of out-of-state tuition was the same as in-state tuition, it was an easy choice for me to leave. $1,680 per semester at the honors level is generous. By no means do I intend to slander this program, but in a world where the sticker price of many universities can exceed $60,000 per year, a scholarship of $3,000 has limited impact on the final choice of Wyoming's highest achieving high school students. In order to once again make the Hathaway Scholarship something that motivates high school students to pursue academic excellence and to incentivize those students to stay here in Wyoming, I believe a significant increase is necessary to the award amount at all levels. And that is why today I'm in favor of this bill. Earlier this week, the ASUW Senate passed, by unanimous consent, a resolution unequivocally supporting a Hathaway increase by this legislature. We understand that that starts today here with this committee. Students have a lot to balance. It is a stage of life where consequential moments are frequent. Decisions made about your education chart an early course for your career and in many ways your life. Feeling stressed about paying for college, taking out student loans, or working second or third jobs is not something that maximizes the fantastic learning and growth opportunities afforded by attending the University of Wyoming. For these reasons and many others, speaking on behalf of the students of the University of Wyoming, we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Harmon? Well, thank you so much for your testimony and also for the data on the back, because that tells the story that we need to hear. So we appreciate the students that you represent, and thank you for taking your time to come over here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the JEC. Once again, I'm Eric Swingley. I had some notes written up for this, but technology is not working today, so we'll just kind of riff this. So I do want to come and speak in favor of this bill. First and foremost, I believe that the general consensus of the ASUW in this Senate resolution was very well intended, and I do stand by the intent of this legislation. If you look around the state of Wyoming, I'm not from here. I'm a Colorado kid with a Wyoming driver's license now. You see a lot of stories where there's a lot of students that receive the Hathaway and it's still not enough, sadly. Between student loans, between the federal Pell Grant and really any type of scholarship that they can seem to get in between, there's such a disconnect there that we need to help and protect these students. There's a lot of very brilliant folks. A friend of mine from Riverton came down, became a history major, and he's currently trying to pursue his master's. His lifeline is between federal Pell Grants, the federal loans that he's taking, and the Hathaway Scholarship. My friend from Glen Rock, Wyoming, he's debating right now whether or not he should go home and go find a job rather than pursue a petroleum engineering degree. And so you see a lot of these stories, and there's a lot of issues at play here, and we must see through to it that there's some sort of alleviation, enough that incentivizes students to come to the University of Wyoming, to bring them all together, to get 4-year degrees in our flagship institution, and to see to it that we do have a good educated citizenry in Wyoming that can contribute and produce in the domestic economy of Wyoming. We want to see not a mass exodus of a few years back, but we do want to see a educated citizenry that can contribute to Casper or Sheridan or Lander or Rock Springs. We want to see these students thrive in our economies and in our societies, and to be have the best careers and to fulfill the obligations of the state inadvertently. And I think we all do have a compelling interest in that. So I thank you, and I'm willing to take any questions in which that you have.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Swingley? Yes, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, my question is, in the best and the brightest students going to have lots of scholarship opportunities. For the average student that can earn a Hathaway, what do the other scholarship opportunities look like? Because we're not operating in an isolated environment. Is it pretty much the Hathaway and that's what they can get? Or are there a lot of other things that they're getting too?
Yeah, certainly. And I can preface this using the testimony that I've heard from my friends. I do not receive any funding. I'm currently just on a Pell Grant and a $2,000 check from St. Lawrence O'Toole's in Laramie, Wyoming. But from my friends, the largest avenue is the Hathaway Scholarship and a little bit of the Cowboy Commitment. Yet still they have to have room and board. They have to have and Laramie is very decentralized from the rest of the state. You got Sheridan, and you've got Casper. That's still 2.5 hours away from Laramie. You still cannot provide that, and that's why I think community colleges are being heavily relied upon in our societies, because you've got I'm trying to recall if it's 6 or 8 of them, spread throughout the state, and you've got online students, and they can take the brunt of the cost and alleviate a lot of the costs and come down to Laramie for 2 years and still use that Hathaway Scholarship. Nonetheless, it's still a large issue, and people are still going into debt, and they're still having to get loans and pray to God that some family members got enough money to put them through college. So To answer your question, yes, the scholarship is, the Hathaway Scholarship is the primary focus. Maybe short second is still Cowboy Commitment, but that's just kind of I mean, it's substantive enough, but it's not nearly to that extent.
Other questions? I just have one. Appreciate again all you guys for coming down and giving us a bird's eye view of folks that are right there, boots on the ground at Laramie. But I know even though we're talking about tuition in the Hathaway, I'm just curious to know what a typical apartment rent would be for a student over there in Laramie. Any ideas on that?
Certainly, and I'd be more than happy to answer that, Chair. Right now, there's pretty much three different options you have. You have Laramie Property Management, where you go find a house with four of your other buddies. That's my preferred avenue. That's kind of about $600, $700 a month. You can get one of these larger complexes on the outskirts of town. That's going to be about $700 a month. And then you've got the dorms, which are, I'm trying to recall, actually I'll yield to Mr. Morales if that's okay with the chair.
Sure.
Yeah, the dorms are about 14,000 a year.
Wow. Times have changed since I went there. So, well, thank you for that information. And
Certainly.
again, thanks for all the testimony. Unless there's any other questions, we'll turn you guys loose, but thanks again.
Thank you, Chair.
Very impressive, all of you. Keep up the good work over there at UW. Anyone else that would like to testify on this bill? Welcome. Even though we might know you, please let us know who you are.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Committee. Laurel Ballard, I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Community College. I'm not testifying on the bill. I just want to answer some of the things I heard, just to kind of help give you some information. The Community College Commission for the colleges is the one responsible for setting the tuition, so not the individual colleges. The colleges then are responsible for setting their own, like the fees and things like that go along with that, with their stuff. So just so you know who does that inside the community colleges. And then I wanted to say, right, they, in their October meeting, they last discussed whether or not to raise tuition and fees, and they put like a hold on it. And I just want to give you some context of what they're thinking about. This Hathaway Scholarship and the scholarship fundings are not things that they're considering. What they're in the middle of looking at is the fact that they have been facing some very significant inflation over the last few years. So if we look at the inflation on just their variable costs, which is mostly like their, like the faculty salaries and staff salaries and things like that, they've experienced a $19 million inflation adjustment since 2017. So they're dealing with things like that. They're dealing with the property tax cuts, which impacts their local revenues, which is part of their funding model. And so those are right. And they're certainly watching what the legislature decides on the additional property tax cuts that you're looking at, and whatever that looks like. And there's cuts coming, right? Because there's certainly been discussion from appropriators around the potential of cuts. Not that we know that that's happening. They're just kind of putting a pin in it for now so they can kind of see what's happening. And so I will say, I mean, the colleges haven't increased tuition in 5 years. I look at my phone, I can tell you how much it is. And so, sorry.
Technology is wonderful.
And until it's not. So the last time we moved it was in 2020 from $99 to $105 per credit hour. And so, I mean, I'm happy to kind of give you our background on what that looks like. I mean, we certainly have all of that information and can share it with you along with their tuition policy, which is what they use to help drive how they determine what they're going to do within their tuition. But I just wanted to kind of give you some of that context.
Great. Questions for Ms. Ballard? Yes, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. More just a comment. I think I really do appreciate what you provided for context, because it's really easy to suggest ulterior motives, and if we do this, that will happen. Could, I mean, but that's not historically how our universities and our community colleges have functioned in the determination of how they decide and forecast increases in tuition is what I'm hearing in costs. So I appreciate that very much.
Madam Chair. I mean,
Yes, go
they're-
ahead.
They're dealing with exactly the same things that the students are talking about, right? That they have increased costs associated with being able to go to school, right? And so for lots of reasons. And the colleges are doing the same, trying to figure out what's the best path forward. They certainly don't want to, they don't like it when they have to raise tuition. They prefer to keep it lower. But there are some realities. I mean, we certainly are seeing, right, some of the impacts that we have in some of the colleges where we're starting to see cuts in programs and athletics and those kinds of things while they're dealing with some pretty significant budget deficits at this point.
Any other questions for Ms. Ballard? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate the context. Anyone else who would like to testify on this bill? Okay, well, I guess we'll close public testimony. What's your pleasure on this bill, committee? Move the bill by Representative Lawley. Do we have a second? Second by Senator Scott. Discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of us are seeing a similar landscape here of spreading ourselves too thin, of increasing flexibility and increasing payments at the same time. But I think I'm landing on the other side right now that, well, I appreciate the merit of the arguments that tuition's going up, costs are going up, and the Hathaway Scholarship isn't. I'm coming from a frame of mind where we're also looking at the bigger picture of Wyoming about people having opportunities here. And we've got on the horizon AI data centers, power plants, housing for a bigger population. And we don't have plumbers and electricians and carpenters and welders. I'm of the mind that I would like to be looking forward to expand these opportunities for students who aren't college bound to have opportunities to stay in Wyoming too. So while I concur that it doesn't look like we can do all the above, I'm going to fall on the side of not increasing payments at this time till we know what the effects of loosening requirements, giving more flexibility. And once we see how many students are actually taking advantage of it, then would make sense to go back and raise the amount, whatever would be practical at that point. So I'm going to be a no on this, not because I don't see the value of raising it at this point, but I'm looking at other priorities.
Other comments, committee? Okay. Senator Scott, is your hand up? I never know for sure. You got that pin here and it's here and I can, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I think that the earlier testimony on the finances was quite good, that with the Hathaway endowment and what we've been getting from capital gains, I think that this is an opportunity we can take to raise the Hathaway without harming. I think the other things, the additional flexibility we approved in the previous lump sum bill, that's going to be what, $1 million or $2 million a year. We're talking about a good deal more than that is available. Could we have our memory refreshed as to what the yield has been recently, not counting this past year, which was a little unusual. But when you add the eventual capital gains and the interest, the forecasted interest earnings and whatnot, what it's been and what the Hathaway is currently costing us.
Do you have those figures, Matt? By chance?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And Senator Scott, the historic average, when you exclude last year, has been approximately $24.3 million per year. If you include this past year, it's 26.1 million. That 24 to 26 million allows, under the current kind of static approach, an increase of approximately 45% annually if you presume Hathaway awards increase by some percentage due to the need-based increase, and we presume about a 2% increase every year, that then goes down to about a 28% increase can be dealt with through that realized capital gains and interest and dividends. So a range of 28 to 45%. The estimate of just interest and dividends is 19.5 to 19.6 million over the next 5 years. That's what the state treasurer's office is projecting just on the yield. So, but that isn't what always happens. You do realize some gains, we don't know when that'll occur and how much it will be.
Follow up, Senator Scott?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, so the historical experience would say we could raise it by 45%. This raises it by about 60%, Madam Chairman. What I'm going to suggest is that we amend it conceptually to say, let's have a 40% increase as opposed to what's in the bill, which is just over 60%. And that way we're within what we know we've got with a little margin for error. So Madam Chairman, I'll make that as a motion.
Okay. Discussion on that motion? Oh, second the motion? Okay.
Quick
Discussion. Yes, go ahead.
I'd ask Senator Scott to amend the motion slightly to allow staff to turn that number into a useful nearest number so that all the math divides out correctly.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, I think that's,
I
you
assume
need
so.
that flexibility.
Okay, excellent. Other comments on the amendment? Okay, let's vote on the amendment. All those in favor of Senator Scott's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same? Okay, that amendment is passed. Any other amendments to this bill? Okay, well, I guess with that, oh, did you have something? Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to point out that we do have other scholarships that aren't adequately funded. For example, Wyoming Works, which is targeted at some of the things that Representative Kelly mentioned. I would suggest that we consider, not we as a committee, but if we are serious about that, that is a scholarship that's there, but the legislature has not fully and adequately funded it. And I do think that's a concern, but it is really disconnected from the Hathaway money. There really was the ideas we would set up a endowment specifically for those kinds of educational opportunities for trades and things. So just to kind of, the landscape of what we have here is very interesting to me in Wyoming. So we have Hathaway, we have Wyoming tomorrow, and we have the Wyoming Works. And again, I'd love to see as an topic, we look at the interconnection between those and even consider some adjustments that make more sense in terms of that with Hathaway, but because of how we've created these since then, and just make some adjustments. And better education for members of the legislature about something that's sitting there but is not properly funded. And so until it's funded, it's not doing much, but it's there. And it's the legislature has been concerned about that, but not enough to adequately fund it.
Any other discussion or comments on this bill? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and take roll.
Madam Chairman, for 26 LSO 196, increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards as amended for sponsorship in the 2026 session, Senator Brennan.
Aye.
Senator Olson.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott. Representative Bratton.
Aye.
Representative Erickson.
Aye.
Representative Guggenmoss.
Aye.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Lawley.
Aye.
Representative Singh.
Aye.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Williams is excused. Co-Chairman Andrew
Aye.
and Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
Hi,
That is 12 aye, 1 no, 1 excused.
thank you very much. We'll again discuss where that one needs to start. We'll probably do rock, paper, scissors, won't we, Co-Chair? Yeah, I think that one's, yeah, that one's pretty safe. Yes. There you go. There you go. All right, well, we're going to continue on. Our next bill for consideration is 26 LSO 0246, Hathaway Scholarships for Career and Technical Institutions. We'll bring back our experts to tell us everything there is to know about this scholarship.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm here to present 26 LSO 0246. This is the Hathaway Scholarships for Career and Technical Institutions. I would remind the committee that at the last meeting, you heard 26 LSOs 0096, which was basically an all-encompassing scholarship through the Hathaway program for private and CTE institutions. We worked with Chairman Andrew on splitting these two bills. And so 246 is the career and technical scholarship, and then 247 is the private post-secondary schools. And so with that, Section 1, page 2 through page 3 creates 26, 16, 13, 13. This contains basically all of the operational provisions for the scholarship. It specifies eligibility. It defines what career and technical institutions are eligible to receive those funds. It specifies that the award will be contingent on available funds with anticipated revenue. It requires the use of scholarship for cost of attendance to obtain an industry recognized credential, certificate, or associate degree. It requires the WDE to promulgate rules to establish eligibility requirements for students that complete home-based educational programs or a high school equivalency certificate. I would note on the top of page 3, lines 1 through 9, you'll see this comment in both bill drafts. And like every decision in this bill draft, it's a policy decision, but specifically the definition of career and technical institutions and what certificates are available to those students is specified and certainly could be modified if the committee so chose. Moving on to page 4 and 5, this requires all home-based students and high school equivalency students that complete high school equivalency certificates meet the success curriculum requirements, have a cumulative GPA point of 2.5 and a score greater than 43% on the college eligibility exam. And excuse me, I was panicking there for a moment, but it's except for the students that complete at the educational program or that receive a home-based educational program, or that receive a high school equivalency certificate. And that's on the page 4, lines 4 and 5. I apologize for that error in presenting the bill. It's an important point. Moving on to page 5, maximum eligibility. This identifies maximum eligibility, the continuing eligibility, satisfactory academic progress requirements, and those will be dictated by rule and regulation of the Department of Education. Page 5 through page 7 specifies the process for determining eligibility and award of the scholarships through the WDE. And then page 7 through the top of page 7 through the top of page 8 requires the WDE to determine and certify the amount to be paid to these institutions. Again, those details are to be worked out by the Wyoming Department of Education, but they generally align with the other Hathaway scholarships already in existence. Page 8, subsections G and H state that the eligible institutions are subject to the same reporting requirements as the University of Wyoming and the community colleges, and also subject to the same auditing requirements. Page 8, line 18, subsection G, provides that this program sunsets or was repealed July 1st of 2029. So it would only be in existence from the effective date until school year 2029. Section 2, beginning on page 8, line 22 through page 13, line 4, makes the conforming amendments to the existing Hathaway Scholarship to ensure that the two work in concert. And then lastly, on page 13, section 3 states that the students that graduate in school year 2025 will be the first class to be eligible for the scholarships created by section 1 of this act. And again, this act is effective immediately pursuant to page 13, line 11. And I did miss one important point that I wanted to point out. On the bottom of page 4 onto page 5, there is a limitation, and so the available amount is up to $1,000, and that's total eligibility. It's $1,000, and not more than 1,000 students can receive this scholarship. So I think that's an important aspect and one that Co-Chairman Andrew was passionate about. So subject to the committee's questions, Madam Chairwoman.
Questions for Tanya or Matt, either one? Yes, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, the question I've got, you look at the definition, you are citing it on page 2, career and technical education, a post-secondary educational institution within the state or with principal place of business out of state, doing business in the state. That would, as I read that language, it would allow all kinds of distance learning, many different kinds of instruction. And when I look at Article 15, Section 20, which governs the endowments that are being used here, it says legislature place money into endowment funds for higher education scholarships and for improving the quality of higher education. Does that definition mesh well enough with that constitutional provision, or should this particular program be funded with general funds so that we're not at risk of endangering the sanctity of our permanent endowment?
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman, Senator Scott, that language was actually, is actually contained in 212401, which is the private school licensing statutes. And so you could certainly fund it through general funds if that's the preference of the committee. But that is where I took that language from. And certainly, as I pointed out, it's a policy decision for this body. You'd like to redefine the institutions that are eligible, or their certificates, or the amounts, or the cap. All of those are policy decisions for this body. And as I understood it from Chairman Andrew, this was a place to start for discussions of those items, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Madam Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
I think the two different purposes that where the language came from makes sense there, but it doesn't relate to the Article 15, Section 20 provisions on the endowments. And I really have some reservation about using the endowment funds for something as broadly written as this one, Madam Chairman. And I'm a little concerned that the way it is written, post-secondary education located outside principal office outside the state but doing business here. Very easy to do business here. That we don't really have any control in this one. And this is one I'm scared could break the bank.
Madam Chairwoman, again, it's a policy decision for you all to make. If you'd like that eliminated through an amendment, certainly an option.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Tanya, I'm looking for, as it is now written, what type of requirements are on the institution? I noticed that it's to provide certain types of certification, but in the bill, do we require the institution itself to have some kind of accreditation or certification? Again, different than what they might provide in terms of education, but.
Madam Tanya, either one?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Lawley, Matt has pointed out that page 2, line 19 and 20 requires that they're certified by the Department of Education. And I apologize, I am, getting this bill partially confused with 247, which are very similar.
Yeah, would you just say that again? Because I'm not sure I understood what you were saying.
Certainly, page 2.
Mhm.
If you look at the second clause on line 21, and that are certified by the Department of Education in the manner and form required by department rule. And that's somewhat similar to the education savings accounts provisions. Those institutions are also required to be certified by the Department of Education. So there is some legal precedent for charging the department with those types of duties.
Other questions? Yes, follow up, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. So the are certified by the department relates to the institution, not the different types of certifications you can receive through the program itself.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Lawley, that is correct. There's no provision that expands the certificates that can be gained through this program. And if you look at in that same provision, it provides that they provide academic instruction, training and education in career and technical fields designed to prepare students for gainful employment in current or emerging occupations that lead to industry recognized credentials, certificates, or associate's degrees, and that are certified by the Department of Education. And perhaps that could be written better to say the institutions are certified by the Department of Education. That might be an improvement to the bill.
Yeah, thank you. We can amend it. Thank you.
Your comment?
Yeah,
Good question.
following up on that same set of questions. Am I right, Madam Chairman, in reading that last sentence on page 2, that those institutions that are certified by the Department of Education, they're included, but you don't have to be certified to be included? The first sentence says, or principal place of business out of state, but doing business in the state that provides academic instruction, et cetera. And Madam Chairman, I think that's what's wide open, and this last sentence doesn't, it adds to it, but it doesn't require the certification. So is that a correct reading? And second, are there any standards elsewhere as to what it takes to be certified by the Department of Education for this purpose?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Scott, I disagree a bit with your interpretation on the bottom. I do think page 2, I admit that, perhaps saying that it shall be certified by the department, the institution shall be certified by the department, but those provisions work together. And so It's located in the state with a principal place, business out of state, but doing business in the state that provides this cadre of academic instruction and this list of degrees that are certified by the Department of Education. Yep. Certainly could be amended if you'd like to clarify.
Other questions?
I do have one.
Yes, go ahead.
On a different topic. So looking at the requirements, and I think it was on page 4, but I scrolled up, my apologies. Yes, it is. On page 4, the requirements to be eligible. The lines 3 through 5 say, except for students that complete a home-based education program or that receive a high school equivalency certificate, recipients shall, and then there's basically some Hathaway requirements. And I think the Romanet 3 means that this is Hathaway requirements equivalent to, I want to say, the Opportunity Scholarship, if I'm not mistaken. But for those that complete a homeschool education or high school equivalency, you don't have to have any of those. So if you go to a traditional public school, then you're on the hook for a provisional opportunity scholarship eligibility. But if you don't go to a public school, if you're homeschooled, you have no eligibility requirements. Is that how it's written?
Tanya?
Senator Schuler, or sorry, Chairwoman Schuler, Senator Rothfuss, no. If you look at page 3, lines 26 through 28, going on to page 4, it provides the department shall promulgate rules to establish eligibility criteria for students that complete a home-based educational program and students that receive a high school equivalency certificate. And that aligns with the Hathaway Scholarship as well. Those students are exempt from the GPA requirements and the ACT, yeah.
Couple, on page 2, when you talk about the definitions for career and technical institutions, that, how many are we looking at that are in state? I mean, I could think of Wyotech, and it seemed to me like there was a welding school maybe up in Gillette, but can you give me an idea on that, or do you have any idea how many we would be looking at?
Yep, Madam Chairwoman, I don't. I don't know the number of institutions. Certainly Wyotech was sort of the impetus for writing this legislation, but certainly couldn't specify that as it would be a special and local law.
And my second question, again, is probably the one that I've thought about the most. I like this idea, I really do. Again, the idea of trying to keep our kids here, giving them opportunities. I do kind of worry about constitutional issues about whether or not, even though I realize there is an audit and we do have a cutoff of 1,000 students and $1,000 each. So I don't think it's gonna run rampant, but I could be wrong. Senator Scott probably has a better idea than I do, but what do you think in terms of where this is not, I mean, they're audited, but they're not under the complete control of the legislature? And what are your thoughts on that?
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman, I share those concerns. I have identified those in a memo that I prepared for 26 LSO 0096 outlines sort of the same issues about expenditure of public funds for private institutions. There's a case currently before the court involving the Education Savings Account Act, and it's basically the same provisions identified with this bill that are also being challenged in that particular legislation.
Other questions? Okay. Got off the hook again. Matt, unless you had something to add to it?
Madam Chair, no, the one thing I was gonna say is, Mrs. Heitrich pointed out, this is a time limited, as written, time limited, $1 million would be expended over the 3-year period. And it has a potential dynamic impact with the Hathaway Scholarship Program as it's written now. Some of those students may not elect to participate in that program, which then may move to a lesser Hathaway Scholarship Award under this. So there may be somewhat of an indeterminable dynamic impact, but the exposure to the Hathaway account would be $1 million for those 1,000 students over the 3-year period.
Okay, thanks for that. Other questions? Okay, thank you. Well, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. State Department, would you like to? No, good for you. Guys are staying under the radar. Anyone else in the room that would like to testify on this bill? Is there anyone online that would like to testify, Ashley?
Nope, not on this one, Madam Chairman.
Oh, wow. Well, okay then. Committee, what is your pleasure on this bill? Move the bill. Okay. And we've got a second over here. Discussion. Yes.
So I do have some questions kind of, and again, we didn't have a chance to talk about this in the last meeting. It was towards the end when the motion was made, but Wyoming Works seems like it's the more appropriate program to be amended to provide additional flexibility, right? Where it is very consistent with the intent. It actually has language about for the purpose of adding people into employment in specific high priority areas. There were separate funds available, and those funds are constitutionally allowable, right? They're separate in a different way. So I was just curious, and again, those target the community colleges, so they're not private institutions. So that part's different. But in every other way, it's like this is the same, except it doesn't target private institutions. So I was wondering, if there was thought and conversation with stakeholders about whether it's more appropriate to be taking a look at how we can improve Wyoming Works instead of Hathaway with this legislation, where I think this is trying to jam something into Hathaway that better fits with the spirit of Wyoming Works. And honestly, we probably should take a look at Wyoming Works and get in the community, our community colleges, and hear what's working and what's not working and where we have shortages and what we can do better, instead of putting this into Hathaway. So I just wanted to have a little discussion on that for folks that worked on this legislation. Is that something we talked through?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would disagree that this scholarship aligns with Wyoming Works better than the Hathaway, because this scholarship isn't necessarily about fulfilling the industry needs of Wyoming. This is about fulfilling the desired educational career path of students coming out of our high schools. And what it really does is it helps validate that it is a legitimate and important career path to go into the CTE trades, which right now is, the ability for them to use their Hathaway in that way is extremely limited because we just don't offer as much in line with those career paths. I think we treat going into higher education much more, we seem to value it much more as a state than alternative career paths. And this provides something for those students.
Other comments? Okay. Yes, Representative Lawley, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate what Chairman Andrews just said, but I'm wondering, I'm still trying to figure out why, if it comes under Wyoming Works versus Hathaway, assuming appropriate changes were made and that was appropriately funded, how does that make a difference in validation? They're getting the funds they need, and possibly I would open it up more than what it is here if it was in a different pot of money. And we funded that correctly. Again, there is a sort of a strategy we tried to start creating. When I first came in the legislature, it had already been happening, but with looking at the intent and having scholarships to address different issues and the money be appropriated outside of Hathaway, let Hathaway be Hathaway, and these other opportunities. And I've kind of said this a couple meetings now, that includes Wyoming's Tomorrow. That could be changed. Right now it's more narrow, but it has a broader idea of non-traditional approaches to higher education overall. We did one thing there, but we could add more. And Wyoming Works is really describes in many ways what this scholarship is trying to do. So I'm trying to understand, how does jamming it into Hathaway, give validation. I really lost me there on that one because I don't really get that.
Representative Strong.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess my thought is if we are, Hathaway is for Wyoming students, and we've been saying it over and over this whole morning. It's to keep Wyoming students in Wyoming. And a lot of our opportunities are in the industrial type workforce. We're missing that. Why can this not be in there for Wyoming students? We're missing a huge range of Wyoming students by not allowing it to go to CTE.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, let me go to,
Yeah,
go chair first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I also want to add to, further emphasize that Wyoming Works is really for the industry as much as it is maybe for the student, but it requires non-state matching funds. So you actually have to go out and solicit those as well for the scholarship to be as effective. I mean, this is what students are earning with their GPA.
Senator Toftos, go ahead.
On that point, I just want to clarify, there isn't a requirement for matching funds or anything like that. It basically was this committee, however many years ago, creating exactly what we're trying to create right now. It literally was exactly that, except for we kept it to community colleges. It was the idea that we needed to identify a vehicle that was more appropriate for career and technical education, that was targeting the needs of industry in the state of Wyoming. It was funded separately by appropriation. I don't know how many dollars are still left in the appropriation. Dr. Ballard probably does. Matt may well also. So we could look into that. But the whole purpose of creating that through this committee as education committee work was to solve the problem that we're discussing right now, that this bill is now once again targeting. And that's why I'm reticent to create a new program when we created a program to address this interest. And I'm not saying we're addressing it perfectly. I believe that there's plenty of conversation we can have around the needs of Wyoming Works, because honestly, we haven't checked into it. I don't remember checking into it in the last 3 years anyway, in terms of how's it doing? How many dollars does it have? Are we getting enough students? Are we doing it the right way? So yeah, I don't know that it is inappropriate to have that discussion, but this really is that same conversation again with a new bill, which almost seems like we forgot about Wyoming Works and we're trying to reinvent it once again. So that's why I'm concerned. And again, if we want to focus on this, which I think is a very admirable and worthy focus, we can and should do that, but we should spend some time learning about what are the deficiencies of Wyoming Works that we could be remedying, and how would we go about doing that, and what funds would be required. It actually pays more than this. If I were given a choice between this and Wyoming Works, I would unquestionably take Wyoming Works. It's a better deal. So this would only be for people that for some reason didn't want to do Wyoming Works. And I don't have any understanding of why someone would choose this program over Wyoming Works. I'd take the extra couple $1,000s, do the other program, and go to one of the community colleges to do it. So I'm just trying to understand.
Go ahead, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with that. And you would get more under Wyoming Works. Again, if it was properly funded, you would get more. And it is Wyoming scholarship money also. In fact, the idea was to segregate out and put a spotlight on CTE education and take, by adding it to Hathaway, you are putting it in a big pool of that's being accessed by a lot of other degrees and things. So we were trying to do, again, what this is trying to do, but we were spotlighting it and we created Wyoming Works. And again, like Wyoming's Tomorrow, there's a lot of opportunities to retool and refocus and think about broadening both of those. Again, different things, non-traditional students education, and then the idea of specifically highlighting CTE. And again, I think it could be amended to take into account some of these things. But I don't see it as a positive to jam it into Hathaway. I think it's more effective to keep it as its own thing and again, more robustly fund it. But that's just knowing the history of all that. I think I carried the bill on Wyoming Works on the House side when we did pass it. So that's why I know it was what its intention was and the fit. And again, it's not perfect with this, but it could be aligned pretty easily in my view. But so I just don't quite understand what it is about Hathaway as the vehicle. I'm still not, I don't understand why that's valuable, more valuable.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I could add some clarity to what we're looking at here, because Wyoming Works keeps coming up as this viable alternative. But for some reason, it's underused, it's underfunded. People don't tend to know about it, and it's limited to the community colleges. It was separate, an alternative path for students forward. Hathaway has been a center of discussion because it's very popular. It's utilized greatly. Students like it. People of Wyoming like it. This is an important move to elevate these other careers, not as alternative careers, but equal careers, just different paths under the Hathaway Scholarship. What I'm hearing about Wyoming Works tells me to kill that program and roll those funds over into Hathaway and then put career and technical education on equal footing with college degrees.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chair. I would point out first that a lot of the Hathaway money is already going to career and technical education in the community colleges. And perhaps the biggest of the programs is the nursing program, which I believe all the community colleges have, do they not? That's real career and technical education. We have a real need for the graduates. So I think the Hathaway is already covered on that because it is widely used in the community colleges for career and technical education already. What this is doing is providing, when you look at the numbers, an appropriation of $1 million. I think we would have, if this were to start moving, we'd have to switch that to general fund, because I do think there's a bit of a conflict. And I do think there's some problems here with not defining adequately who's eligible to come compete for the money, because I think we could get some in the out of state, Madam Chairman, some pretty fly by night outfits coming in that would qualify here. So let's keep this in perspective. If you want to spend $1 million on extra career and technical education, I think enhancing either Wyoming Works or an appropriation so that more people could participate in the career and tech, the endowment there, Wyoming Tomorrow's endowment, would be perhaps better alternatives than this bill.
Other comments? Yes, Representative Stroh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this wasn't to go really per se made for colleges. This is for a fast track. When you go to these tech schools, it's 9 months. You really learn your occupation and you go in and get. So it is, what do we have? You are all talking about this Wyoming Works. You're talking about all these other things. What do we have that does fit that? Is there something? You're talking about Wyoming Works goes directly to college. What about these students that would like to go to work in one aspect? You know, we have all these, you have to take, when you go to college, you have to take basket weaving, for goodness sakes, half the time that you're not going to use. But you know, some of these things that you actually don't use, you're spending money on you'll never use in your career. Now, if you go into these tech schools, you're actually going to use this in your career. It's no different than if you go into military, they train you for that specific career that you're going into. And this is what this was for. And it is for Wyoming kids that want to stay. What do we have for them?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Let me answer that one on a personal level. My granddaughter took two, and then she linked them together, but 2 9-month programs at Casper College, auto mechanics and diesel mechanics. And very valuable, made her employable, and that fit the Hathaway ability right there. So we already have those programs through the community colleges. What this does is it does open it very widely, and I think too widely, to out-of-state people coming in and selling things that may or may not be very well put together.
Other comments? Co-chair?
I have an amendment on page 2, line 15. Adding the word, so a place of business out of state, but, and then adding physically doing business in Wyoming. I think this was never intended for a bunch of online programs. I think this is for in-person career and technical education. So I'd move that amendment.
Okay. Sure, second on that? Okay, thank you. Discussion on that amendment? Does everybody get that? Page 2, line 15. You'll have physically after but. Any discussion? Yes.
I think the amendment's a good idea. I'm not sure it fully solves the problem because I'm not quite sure what it means. But I think, Madam Chairman, it does help.
Okay. Any other discussion on that amendment? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just kind of looking at the department here, but under rulemaking and certification, could you handle some of the concerns we have through rulemaking, or do we need to be more specific in the way this is written to direct the rulemaking? Because I agree that this amendment really does improve it, but I think it also probably doesn't fully solve the possibility in that you could basically rent a small building or a small space, but not really be conducting business as we would understand it. But again, there's this process of certification, which is what I brought up from the beginning, that is not well defined, not giving much direction to the department. And I'm, so we're pushing a lot of that judgment into rulemaking, I think. But do we want to do that? That's my concern about this part of it.
Tanya or Matt, do either one of you have an idea on that?
Certainly, Madam Chair and Representative Lawley, you can certainly add, add a provision to that effect, but I would state, in reading this again over here in response to Senator Scott's comments, if you read lines 19 through 23, I think it does clearly require that the institutions offering those specified programs must be certified by the department in the manner and form required by rule. And I say that because there's a comma after degrees, and then a second clause that qualifies the institution's provision.
Again, to you, Tanya, I agree about that. My question is, on the part about out of state doing business, those concerns up on line, kind of 13, 14, 15. Are we going to give sufficient with the amendment here, physically doing business, in your view, direction to the department to focus on the issue of, are they a legitimate operation in here in Wyoming, or are they, again, the fly by night kind of thing that can happen in this space? But do you feel like we've given enough of that kind of guidance so in the rulemaking this can get fleshed out?
Madam Chair, Representative Lawley, I apologize for answering the wrong question. And I do think, to your point, that it does provide sufficient direction to the Department of Education, because you have to read this whole section together And you still have this certification requirement for these institutions. And so in the event they are fly-by-night entities, I think the Department of Education, through their rules and regulation, could prohibit those. Certainly, if you wanted more specific requirements for these, you can add that. That's a policy decision. But currently, that portion, with the exception of those that I've identified previously, is charged to the Department of Education.
So on the amendment, I have a question. I appreciate the direction that it's trying to go, but I'm curious about taking it one step further and removing the or clause. So it would be means a post-secondary educational institution located within the state. And then that provides academic instruction. That would be striking or with the principal place of business out of state, but doing business in the state. That would take care of this concern, but does it lead to a different concern? And that's what I don't know. I mean, I have no concerns with taking it out, but maybe somebody else does. So would it be appropriate to go that full distance?
Would that be a friendly amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think that would allow, I mean, I think the reason it's probably in there is because what if there is a school that has, there is a school in state, but maybe they're based out of state, but doing business here. I think this would still allow for them they were still physically located in Wyoming if that school is here. So I think this covers the concern.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I think it still covered what you said appropriately by means a post-secondary educational institution located within the state. If you have those words, you'd better be able to show up somewhere in the state of Wyoming. And if you can't, then you're not satisfied. It doesn't even talk about the business entity itself, which I think the second part is trying to get at some business entity concepts which are unnecessary. So yeah, maybe striking that entirely is the better approach. It's your amendment, though.
You're okay with
Friendly
that,
amendment,
Coach?
I agree.
Okay, friendly amendment? Yes, Representative?
Yeah, I just want to just comment that I agree with that, and because then you're open to a school that may come in and establish itself well in Wyoming, but they have it in other states, and that second clause begins to kind of confuse that. Like, what does that mean? How do we interpret that? So I think it actually brings clarity to just take that out. So.
Any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Ashley, did you get that? Period after state on line 14?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Not a period, it's just elimination of the clause, Madam Chairman,
Okay.
because you're gonna pick up.
Yeah, you're right.
16.
Eliminate.
You're gonna pick up that provides academic instruction.
okay.
So
Perfect.
the amendment is to strike,
After state.
yeah, after state or strike or with the principal place of business out of state, but doing business in the state, striking that.
Okay. Is that, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, that amendment is passed.
Madam Chairman?
Any other amendments? Yes.
To clarify a concern that Senator Scott raised, on page 2, line 19, the sentence begin, the term includes institutions offering programs. If we inserted the word only in between term and includes, I think it takes care of Senator Scott's concern that there might be some ambiguity. So I would move to insert the word only between term and includes. It would read, the term only includes institutions offering programs, et cetera.
Okay, is there a second on that? Is there a second? Okay, discussion. State Department, sounds like you want to chime in here.
Up to your motion.
Okay,
Thank you.
discussion on that. It's, Ashley, did you get that? Okay. Any other discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of that amendment to insert only in between term and includes on line 19, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, that motion is passed. Any other amendments?
Yeah,
Go
thanks.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dickey Shaner, Department of Education. Two things. One, with the amendment for the institution located within the state. Just to be clear, because we have currently, I think, 75-ish licensed schools that are instructing in some way kids in Wyoming. Is it your intent that if there's an online university providing trade education and they happen to have a, you know, an office front somewhere, does that constitute located, or were you thinking more like they have to have a physical campus here where they're doing welding at that campus? What, just so we know, so when we do rules, we're consistent with what the committee intends. That's first thought. And then second thought is just the terminology we use currently with private schools is licensure, not certified. So I don't know if that's something you want to consider too, or if certified has a different meaning, but just wanted to point that out as well.
I'll turn that over to the good co-chair. I think you probably have a better idea of what you wanted there.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I guess I'd like to offer a conceptual amendment to have this be only for physical in-person instruction in CTE careers and not online classes at all.
Great.
Second.
Okay, got an amendment and a second. You have any place in particular or just conception?
It's conceptual.
Turn these guys loose over here. Did you get that?
I did. In response to Mr. Shainer's comment, it was intentional to put certified. If the intent of the committee is to have these institutions be licensed as private schools, I do think this is more restrictive than those statutes. Those statutes do include with the principal place of business out of state, but doing business in the state. That provision is included. And so perhaps in the conceptual amendment, we could distinguish that for purposes of private school licensing for these institutions, they must be physically located in the state. And so in that instance, perhaps you would want to change it to licensure, but as drafted, it was intentional to be certified.
Okay. I'll answer that. Representative Lawley, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, yes, Madam Chairwoman, I do. Thank you, Tanya, because I was just about to ask Dicky about that. Like, what in your mind is the difference between licensure and certification? But I would like to stay closer to what they already do with private institutions as possible. And I like that last comment about conceptual amendment that includes licensure, since we have on the floor here, an amendment about only no online, in-state located instruction. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
also, in response to that, in the next bill 247, there is reference to the private school licensure statutes because those are actually termed private post-secondary schools. So in that instance, it made sense. And arguably, industrial institutions that are licensed by the state would actually be eligible under the private school. It's the bill 247, excuse me, 247.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Conceptual amendment?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
It might be sufficient to just add physically in front of located within the state on line 14. So looking at page 2, line 13 means a post-secondary educational institution, insert physically located within the state. And then we've already struck the next clause. That might be sufficient, but I'm not sure whether that totally captures Chairman Andrews' thoughts.
Representative.
Madam Chairwoman, I think that still brings up the concern that the Department of Education is bringing to us about someone opening a small office with 3 people in the state and then offering online classes. The conceptual amendment was to steer the bill towards, in-person physical classes being taught in Wyoming.
Any follow-up on that? Any other discussion on the amendment? Conceptual amendment? Yes, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want, it was your amendment, whether you would want to add the licensure versus certification in or not.
Yeah, we need the license.
Okay, all right. It was raised by Tanya about. But
Yes.
that's fine.
And so I have a follow-up on exactly that because it was my understanding from what Tanya was saying that we probably need to shift to licensure to accommodate the conceptual amendment. So my takeaway would be that we would be having licensure instead of certifies down below as a part of this conceptual amendment. And maybe I misunderstood that conversation.
Tanya, is that correct?
That's what I understood too.
Okay.
So that is part of your amendment.
Anything?
Correct.
We have you confused now?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I could offer just sort of a, another amendment that does the exact same thing, but perhaps, in a different manner on
This is an
page.
amendment to the conceptual amendment, correct?
Yes, so
Okay.
on page, or sorry, page 2, line 14, you could add means a private post-secondary educational institution with its principal place of business in the state, and then going on. If the entity is doing its principal business in the state, and you could put physically if you wanted to before that, I think it really tightens down the entities that would be eligible. Sort of the reverse of the next provision.
I'll turn it over to Representative Andrew. to give
Thank you, Madam
please, Dan.
Chairwoman. My question on that would be though, I mean, if their principal place of business, if they're incorporated in Texas, but they have a school teaching something here, would that prevent them from doing business or being
Madam
able?
Chair, Co-Chair Andrew, it would be actually the opposite of that. It means an institution with its principal place of business in Wyoming. You would have to have the big entity in Wyoming, not in Texas, doing business in Wyoming, but the inverse of that. And perhaps you want to say physically, because if you're doing business in your principal location in Wyoming, perhaps the inverse of that is true, where you have a small operation in Texas and now potentially they would be eligible for this. It's a complicated issue.
Madam Chairwoman, I guess the intention of the original amendment was to back up and just have this limited to the scholarship be limited to students seeking instruction in a physical trade, like you're being taught to weld in person rather than on a computer. I think the entity location is not that much of a concern as long as they're learning their trade physically in Wyoming.
Yes, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it help if we just put a prohibition on virtual and distance learning, or we just specified that had to be in person and or hybrid learning only? That would just exclude anyone who's trying. It doesn't matter if they put an office in Sheridan and nobody was there. The instruction has to be specified to be in person in some form. I mean, these are hands-on careers we're talking about anyway.
Could that be included, Tanya, in that conceptual amendment somehow?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I missed that. My apologies. If you could restate it, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there some way to put a prohibition on distance and or virtual learning to make a requirement that there has to be in-person elements of the class, whether it's 100% in person or a hybrid course? But for the hands-on scholarships, you have to actually teach hands-on.
Madam Chair, Representative Kelly, that's certainly an option. And the reason I missed your question is because I was trying to come up with alternative language, and perhaps this solves it. So I guess we'll try this on for size. Page 2, line 14. So means a private or post-secondary educational institution with its principal place of business and instruction in the state.
Does that do it for you?
Madam Chairwoman, can we narrow it down to just instruction rather than principal place of business. I guess I could be wrong, but I just haven't heard any concerns from the committee about a school from another state having a location in Wyoming and teaching whatever it is that they're teaching.
Senator Office.
I was noodling around with some language as well, and this alternative might meet that interest. So means a post-secondary educational institution that maintains physical instructional facilities in the state where instruction or training is regularly delivered. ...
Does that do it?
I'll say that again.
Go ahead.
Means a post-secondary educational institution that maintains physical instructional facilities in the state where instruction or training is regularly delivered. You probably don't need instruction or training. It'd probably just be training. Could be one of the two. But anyway, where instruction or training is regularly delivered. And then obviously change the licensure down below.
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, okay. Discussion on that? Committee? Okay. So we're gonna leave it up to our talented drafter over there. Did you get all that, you think, or enough of it that you can come up with the conceptual idea of what we're looking for here?
Madam Chair, I'll get with Senator Rothfuss after this to make sure I have the language exactly as the committee adopts it.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr.
Thank you,
Stainer,
Madam
anything
Chair.
that you,
Appreciate that.
okay. All right, with that, okay, Representative Singh?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm hesitant to vote for this. I know I might get some flack for saying this, but the innovations that are happening in education and virtual reality, to wholesale make that totally ineligible, I'm not sure if that's the right move. So I'll probably be a no on this amendment.
Any other comments on the amendment? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the conceptual amendment that we think we have, please say aye if you're in favor. Aye. Opposed? No? Okay, that amendment is passed. Any other amendments? Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Oh, sorry. Senator?
I did just want to briefly discuss Senator Scott's suggestion that we decide whether we want this to come out of general fund or remain out of student fund side of things. So this is school foundation program funds coming out of, I believe, Hathaway. Is that something we'd want to do at this time?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Senator, go ahead.
I think it needs to be general funds, but that's the way this is drafted. It's a little complicated. And it's not school foundation funds in any case.
Yeah, it's Hathaway.
So I think if this bill should survive long enough, we can deal with that upstairs. It's not really quite ready for prime time.
Okay.
All right, with that, oh, sorry, Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to speak to, I think the training, our young people and really our people in general in career and technical education is important. I think there's been some great things that have brought up, that there are some career and technical paths that can be taken in the community colleges, at the universities. I completely like this concept of this. I do question, after some of the discussion, if the Hathaway versus Wyoming Works is a better way to go. And I think that if we're gonna do this, let's do it right. And so I would rather see this a little bit more vetted in the next interim and look at the idea of the Wyoming Works Scholarship. And so for that reason, I'll be a no vote.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready to take roll. Ashley?
Madam Chairman, for 26 LSO 246 Hathaway Scholarships for Career and Technical Institutions as amended for sponsorship for the 2026 session. Senator Brennan?
No.
Senator Olson?
No.
Senator Rothfuss?
No.
Senator Scott?
No.
Representative Bratton?
Aye.
Representative Erickson,
No.
Representative Gugamas,
Aye.
Representative Kelly,
Aye.
Representative Lawley,
No.
Representative Singh,
Aye.
Representative Straw,
Aye.
Representative Williams is excused, Co-Chairman Andrew,
Aye.
and Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
No.
I have 6 ayes, 7 no, 1 excused.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's go on to the next scholarship. One more before lunch. Yes.
You're returning there. I'd just like to make a comment.
Yes.
I voted no because I do believe Wyoming Works, we need to look at that, and I think this will fit nicely there. I do support the concept of specifically supporting efforts for career and technical education, expanding opportunities for students. I don't think Hathaway is the best way to do it, and this feels actually very limited in how it benefits students, where Wyoming Works, this tool is there with more opportunities for them.
Oh, thank you for those comments. I'm pretty much on line with you. I waffled back and forth with this. I still have a few issues, but I really think we're headed in the right direction with it. And I think we need to think about it as an interim and see if we can't figure out just a few little things. I think just to tweak a few things, and I think we would be there with it. So, but thanks everyone for your comments. So the next bill to look at will be 26 LSO 0247 Hathaway Private Post-Secondary Institution Scholarship. Welcome back.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm here to present 26 LSO 0247 Hathaway Private Post-Secondary Institution Scholarships. As I previously stated, this is sort of the second half of what was 26 LSO 0096 discussed at the August meeting. This draft creates a scholarship for students to attend private post-secondary institutions. The structure of this is very similar to the prior draft that we discussed. And so rather than belaboring all of those points, I will just point out the differences. First of all, again, the policy decision that was significantly discussed previously on page 2, lines 7 through 21. This is the definition of private post-secondary institution. And this is a little bit different because it requires state accreditation, authorized to operate and provide instruction in Wyoming in accordance with 21-401 through 407. Those are the private school licensing statutes. I would note that there are entities that are exempt from those, religious institutions that offer degrees in things like religious studies or those types of associate religious studies, a bachelor of religious studies, sort of a religious degree are exempt, and this would include those because they are lawfully operating in the state. Moving on, and I would note in 21-2-401, those schools that are required to be licensed are all trade, correspondence, distance education, technical, vocational, or other private schools located in the state or doing business in the state are required to be licensed prior to doing business in the states. And again, there are exemptions for those that I mentioned. There's also a staff comment. It was contained in 246. This is a significant policy decision for the body. And so I'll just note that. As far as the differences in sort of the implementation of the program, to be eligible for this program, you must meet the honor requirements, and that can be found on the page 4, lines 5 through 15. And students are eligible under this scholarship for $500 per semester for up to 8 semesters, very similar to the Hathaway Scholarship as it currently exists. And it's limited to 200 students. The Department of Education, again, is charged with identifying satisfactory academic progress and reinstatement requirements. And that was not contained in the previous bill draft because this is a little bit different. These programs are more aligned to the community colleges and the University of Wyoming. They operate differently than a certification program, which might be condensed to 6 to 9 months and is a little bit more difficult to identify. And the remainder of the bill really reflects the provisions of 0246 0246. And again, Section 3 is a deviation. This scholarship is only available to students from 2025, the school year 2025 to 2026 through 2028, 2029. And then subsection B of that provision provides that so long as you are eligible within that window, you will continue to receive funds as if this provision continued to exist. So if you are eligible 2028, 2029, and you want to use it for the 8 semesters for $500, you're able to do that until that particular class exhausts their eligibility. Page 14 is the effective date. This act is effective immediately. Madam Chair and members of the committee is subject to your questions.
Thank you, Tanya. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, you mentioned about the religious degrees and whatnot, and they're not eligible, but a private religious school that was providing a general bachelor's degree or something like that, that instruction would be eligible, would it not? And what I'm really trying to probe is make sure we aren't violating the Supreme Court decisions on discriminating against religious institutions when we open private institutions.
Any ideas on that, Tanya?
So 21 to, let's see here. So I think those institutions would be required to be licensed by the Department of Education. Certainly, Mr. Shaner is probably more familiar with the implementation of this program than I am. But my point was those entities that operate as a degree granting post-secondary institution, providing instruction through a means not defined as distance education, and the institution issues degrees or diplomas restricted to beliefs, basically that list of items: Associate of Religious Studies, Diploma of Religious Studies, and Associate of Arts of Religious Studies, and Bachelor of Religious Studies or Bachelor of Art of Religious Studies. And my recollection of that addition in the private school licensing statutes was specifically to address the Frontier School of the Bible. They offered those types of degrees, and they sought exemption from the private school licensing statutes. But because they are complying with these provisions, 401 through 407, they would be eligible to receive this scholarship.
Wow. I guess you're off the hook.
Madam Chair.
Unless Matt has something
Yeah,
else off.
again,
I figured you would.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just from a fiscal standpoint, the limitation is the 200 students over the tenure of the program, the $500 per semester, total of 8 semesters. The exposure out of the Hathaway expenditure account is a maximum of $800,000.
It's good to note. Thank you. I thought about asking that question earlier and forgot. So thank you for that. Anything else, committee? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for the public to provide testimony. Anyone that would like to come forward, please tell us your name and what you'd like us to hear. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Kyle Washut. I'm the president of Wyoming Catholic College. You were probably sick of hearing from me about these points. I just wanted to note just 3 questions I had for consideration on this. And then a comment before that. The comment before that is just to stress, as I'm sure you're all aware, that obviously the tendency of college education in state has a much higher chance of keeping the talent we have in state. So as I've said before, of the 10% of students that we currently get from Wyoming, all of them but one would have complied with the current scholarship requirements as stated in this bill. And the students that we lose from Wyoming, one has gone to the University of Wyoming, and all of the rest that have applied to us and gone somewhere else, all of the rest have gone out of state. And we don't track what they do afterwards, but the chance of them staying out of state is significantly higher. A third of our graduates, in addition to our in-state graduates, have remained in Wyoming in careers in medicine, EMTs, nurse, and we have a medical doctor returning. Law enforcement, agriculture, contractors, educators, working in government, small business owners, outdoor rec, and civic nonprofits. So as we're thinking about keeping talent in Wyoming, at least I can't speak to the other licensed or non-licensed educational institutions in the state at this level, but we are getting those people to stay in Wyoming and do important jobs here. My 3 questions are, the Hathaway Scholarship requires, as I understand it, at least 1 year of residency after completing the program if you've received Hathaway funds. Wanted to make sure that was still in everyone's mind as a component of this scholarship. If it's, and then on that note, thinking that only $4,000 of a contribution is maybe not a sufficient way to balance that commitment out. If we want to commit these students to continuing to stay on, whether we could stay within the overall $800,000 cap, but allow for some determination to award not more than the level of the current Hathaway scholarship of just over $1,300 a semester for the highest ranking scholars, but something within that range, or even less than that, but something slightly more than just $500. These, we're talking about the top tier students of the state of Wyoming. But still within the range, but maybe not specifying the cap as low as it is currently per student. 2 other questions I had were about dual enrollment options, or as we're in negotiations with community colleges and the University of Wyoming, both on dual enrollment options and 4+1 degree programs, where students would do 4 years with us, then do an additional year at the University of Wyoming or with a BAS or something along those lines. How we might think about combining Hathaway requirements there, where students are doing a number of their courses with us, then transfer for only, an additional 1 year of completion at the University of Wyoming, whether there could be a front loading of some Hathaway funds there to let them then transfer to the university. And then again, on the dual enrollment question, whether there's a way we could do that if they're enrolled in, say, 1 course a semester at CWC, but they're also enrolling as a full-time student, building towards some degree, looking toward employment in the state, whether there might be other options there. So those were the points I just wanted to ask as questions as we went. Thank you very much.
Questions, Kyle? I didn't catch your last name.
Washut.
Washut. I knew your face for sure because we've seen you before, but I couldn't remember the last name. So any questions for Mr. Washut? Bring up some good points. Okay, no questions from the committee.
Great.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else in the room that would like to provide testimony on this bill? I think everybody wants to get to lunch, I guess. Ashley, anybody online on this bill?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Well, with that, we will close public testimony. What's your pleasure on this bill, committee? Move the bill. Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second? A second, okay. Discussion or comments? No? I really think everybody's hungry. All right, then, and if there's no comments or questions or discussion or amendments, then we will go ahead and take roll on this bill 0247.
Yep, Madam Chairman, on 26 LSO 247 Hathaway Private Post-Secondary Institution Scholarships, Senator Brennan.
Aye.
Senator Olson. Senator Rothfuss.
No.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Bratton.
Aye.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Guggenmoss.
Aye.
Representative Kelly.
Aye.
Representative Lawley.
Aye.
Representative Singh.
Aye.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Williams is excused. Co-Chairman Andrew.
Aye.
And Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
No. Okay, thank you. This apparently might be headed to the House, it seems like. Yeah. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Thanks everyone for your testimony. I believe we'll go ahead and I'm only about 10 minutes or so behind schedule, so I think we can still take a nice long lunch break, and is 2:00 being back here by then? All right for everybody?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I just remembered, before we go to lunch, the 0.7 version of the literacy bill is available online. So those listening, that will be discussed if you have time during lunch to review it. And obviously all the committee members have it. But I just wanted to make sure we announced that the 0.7 version that's based on the literacy cabinet's recommendations, consistent with Superintendent Dagenfelder's statement earlier today, is available online. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll go ahead and adjourn till 2:00. Thanks, everyone.